Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our third and final day of our symposium. Again, my apologies, my camera is not functioning this morning, but I do want to just take a minute here before we proceed to give thanks to Pete, our technical director, for what has been a seamless experience so far. I think we've all experienced our share of Zoom disasters over the past year, so this has been a very pleasant experience so far. So our third and penultimate panel will be this morning, and then we will have a short break, and then our final panel will begin at 11. So let me begin by introducing the discussant for our panel this morning. The panel will be titled Genealogy as Discourse and Praxis. Our discussant and moderator will be Daniel Sheffield of Princeton University, who we heard a wonderful paper from yesterday. And our first paper will be by Evren Binbash of the University of Bonn, who will be speaking on the topic of Isa Oghuz Khan and the Ottoman mythical imagination and the Subhat al-akhbar. Go ahead, please.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me first share my screen. So thank you very much for this, for inviting me to this conference. I will just start straight away because I have a lot to share with you today. In my presentation, I will take you to the other end of the Persianate world, to the Ottoman Empire. And unlike many other papers so far we have heard, I will focus on dynastic genealogies as opposed to like the Sayyid genealogies or Sufi genealogies. So let me briefly summarize my main argument in this presentation. These genealogical trees are, of course, important sources, but for a different reason. If you work on the history of the Ottoman Empire, Mongol Empire, or Abbasid Empire, or the Samanids, etc., you don't need these sources as your main source. We have better sources to use these to study these dynasties. But my argument is that the format and the form and the layout of these texts are as important as their textual and visual contents. In other words, when it comes to the genealogical trees, format and layout are the substance, and the format and layout may impose meaning on the substance. So I will try to demonstrate this argument or prove this argument by focusing on a specific text. But first, let me give you a sort of very brief overview of the Ottoman genealogical trees. Between 15th century and the early 19th century, we have, from this period, we have around 81 genealogical trees composed in the Ottoman Empire. Some of them are in Persian, but the majority of them are in Turkish. The earliest genealogical tree is the Topkapı Palace Library, Hazine 1590. It doesn't have a title. And I should add that these genealogical trees have some generic titles like silsilah, Subhat al-akhbar, Subhat al-akhyar, Zubde-i Tarikh, Zubdat al-Tawarikh, etc. These are just generic titles. The differences in titles doesn't mean that they have drastically different contexts or they are different works. So this earliest genealogical tree comes up to the reign of Bayezid II in the second half of the 15th century. Bayezid II ruled between 1481 and 1512, and then this genealogical tree is in Persian. And then this text is taken from Hussein Waiz Kashifi's Persian Quran commentary Mawahib Aliyah, which was composed between 1491 and 1494. So that means this manuscript cannot be earlier than this date. And then, as I said, it comes up to the Sultan Bayezid the second. And then the inscription here suggests that when the manuscript was composed, the Sultan was still alive, because the text says "Khullidan mulkuhu." And one important aspect of this manuscript is that the Ottoman genealogy and the Mongol genealogy are presented parallelly in final pages. This never happens in later sources, or there are a few exceptions I will discuss. But Ottoman genealogies were not interested in any other dynasty after the collapse of the Abbasid Caliphate in 1258. So after 1258, only the Mongol dynasty and the Ottoman dynasty mattered. And then usually it's in order, so Mongol dynasty and Ottoman dynasty. But in this manuscript, they are presented as parallel. So one may interpret this as a sign of, as a sort of, in a way that the Ottoman dynasty didn't have the sort of intellectual self-confidence to present itself as a sort of single most important Muslim dynasty in this period. We don't have any genealogical trees composed during the reign of Selim I, but the Suleiman the lawgiver, or Suleiman I, we have a sort of the beginnings of the genealogical literature in the Ottoman dynasty in earnest. Now, this text is very important, and then this drawing will be very canonical in Ottoman historiography. The genealogical tree ends with Sultan Suleiman, and then the seven climbs are presented around the Sultan. So it kind of suggests that the Sultan Suleiman was the ruler of the entire world. Now I will take to a sort of curious genealogical tree from the late 16th century. This is in Ankara Museum of Ethnography. It's a manuscript in Ankara Museum of Ethnography. This is actually a Safavid genealogical tree in Persian again, but it actually gives Ottoman dynasty a very prominent place as well. So as usual, it starts with Adam and Eve, but the difference is that this genealogical tree emphasizes the post-Mongol dynasties as well, such as the Timurids. There's a very detailed Timurid genealogical tree in this work, and in the penultimate page, it gives a sort of a broader Islamic view. It's continually, of course, the Safavid dynasty is in the middle, but the Shaybanid Abdullah Khan and the Ottoman Sultan Murad III are presented parallelly, and then Shah Ismail II sitting at the bottom. In the final page is Sultan Muhammad Khodabande, the Safavid Shah, and then the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed III, the Mughal ruler Akbar, and finally the Safavid prince Hamza Mirza. So this is one of those, this is probably the only genealogical tree that I have, which sort of really presents a broader Islamicate, early modern Islamicate view. Now, the next text that I want to emphasize is the famous Tomar Humayun. This is a humongous, or it's a huge text. Let me tell you how big it is. It is 31.16 meters long, which is 101 feet, and then 79 centimeters wide. That is more or less 3 feet. Now, this manuscript is so large, it is actually larger than Topkapı Palace Library. So you can never open this manuscript incomplete. So you have to read it like a carpet. That's why no one can see this manuscript. I was able to see it, but I was lucky. I can tell you the story if you are interested in. Now, one distinction, this is a very lavish manuscript and a huge compost, started during the reign of Sultan Suleiman I and then continued, finished later during the reign of Mehmed III. But one important feature of this text is that it contains a lot of text. Unlike many other genealogical texts, there are large textual sections in this genealogical tree. There is even one sort of word map in classical format. And as you say, and it also includes almost all the known Islamic dynasties. I mean, all the Islamic dynasties appreciated by the Ottoman historians in the 16th century. Now, so these are some sort of exceptional examples. Now I would like to continue with this manuscript. This is Subhat al-akhbar in Vienna, composed during the reign of Mehmed IV in 17th century. And the last date mentioned in the text is 1675. So I'm interested in the format and sort of layout of this text. Now, the text itself has three sections: the introduction and a historical section, categories of dynasties. But this introduction is very generic, so it was actually composed much earlier than this text. But the genealogists just sort of copied and pasted the same introduction. So I'm interested in the final part, that is the genealogical tree. So the text starts with Adam and Eve at the center, of course, and then the four sons of Adam and Eve, the Cain, Habil, and Seth, and Abdul Haris. Abdul Haris is a sort of exceptional case, so I can talk about him if you want. But the page is divided into three sections. The left-hand side is the Iranian kings, Gayumers, the first Iranian king, and he is connected to the Adam's dynasty. And then the Cain is here, and as you know, Cain killed his brother, so he is a kind of a cursed figure in prophetological narratives. Now, the author uses three colors, so introduces three colors here: the red and blue and black. Black for Cain, blue for Seth, and red for Gayumers. And in the next folio, this color scheme is sort of solidified. You know, there are three half circles at the top: red circle, Iranian kings; blue line, red line, Iranian kings; blue line, prophets; and the black line, the descendants of Pharaoh. So the Pharaoh is the sort of ultimate bad guy in Islamicate historiography. And then the entire genealogical tree flows through this scheme, the red line, blue line, and black line. And black line ends here. So this is the end of the black line, the Firaun, and he is the last representative of the black line. Afterwards, the entire Islamic history, or the entire history, is divided between blue and black. Now, and then on the right, and then the center of the page, we see Shem, Ham, and then prophets, and then the Iranian kings. And then we have the prophets and four caliphs, Ali, Hassan, Hussein, 12 imams. And then it doesn't have to be only the prophets. The major religious figures can have the blue color, blue line as well, like Imam Azam Abu Hanifa, and Abu Muslim al-Khurasani, and Imam Shafi'i. And then comes the Mongol dynasty. The interesting thing is, this is the Abbasid caliphs, the last Abbasid caliph, but the author cannot connect the Chingizid line to the Abbasid line or the prophetic line. So that's why he introduces a text here. The historical information connects the lineage to a broader scheme. And afterwards, the Chingizid line gets the blue color, and the red line continues here. This is the Ottoman dynasty, actually. And then this page is the Mongol rulers, and the Ottoman dynasty comes as red until Osman Ghazi, and then the rest of the Ottoman dynasty are in blue. So please note that the pillow is also reserved for important figures like Chinggis Khan here, and the Ottoman sultans. And then the Ottoman line ends with the Mehmet IV, the last Ottoman sultan when the text was composed. Now, I would like to focus on this page 7a, when the Iranian kings runs here and the prophets here. And then we see an inscription here. It says, "Bu çizi Ali Osman'a çıkar." This line goes to the Ottoman dynasty. And then somehow the blue line comes here, the line coming from Iyas or Yiso, and then suddenly turns red and continues blue. So you might think that, you know, suddenly the painter ran out of blue ink and then used red ink in here, but then realized that, oh, actually I have more blue ink here, so let me keep using blue ink. So, but this is not actually just arbitrary. This is a sort of very skillfully designed discursive trick. Just to compare it with another manuscript, the Dublin Chester Beatty manuscript, the Ottoman dynasty's name appears right after Yafes, and it says, "Bu altın çizi ferzend be ferzend Ali Osman'a çıkar." This golden line goes to the Ottoman dynasty generation by generation. So what's happening here? So what is the background of this trick? Now, the issue was a debate on the ancestry of the Ottoman dynasty. So there were two narrative blocks that discussed the origins of the Ottoman dynasty. One of them is the Yafethic or Japhethic narrative, as we call it. It argues that the Ottoman dynasty descended from Oğuzhan, very famous, very well-known mythical figure whom we know from Mongol period sources, most prominently, of course, Reşiddin's Cami Tavarikh. But the lesser known narrative is that argues that the Ottoman dynasty descended from Yusuf, son of Isaac, son of Abraham. Now, we have sort of very sort of clear references to this Yasavitic narrative in Ottoman sources. Not as many as the Oğuzhan narrative, but there are references to Yusuf in our sources. I won't read the quotations. You have them in the files. The first example comes from Saltukname. The followers of Sarı Saltuk, a sort of mystic heroic figure.
5 minutes, Abram.
5 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm done. His followers criticize him for sort of favoring the Ottoman dynasty, and then he says that no, you don't know. They are the descendants of Yusuf, so they will be great sultans. So if you are interested, I can give. It's interesting that the verb, the Turkic word used here is olusar. The olusar or isar future tense was already a sort of archaic form in the 15th century, and we don't use it in modern Turkish. So and I will this is significant, so I will mention this again. And then we have other references to Yusuf. The Ottoman dynasty descended from Yusuf, and then Yusuf went to Turkestan, and then Oğuzhan maybe Yusuf, or maybe Oğuzhan descended from Yusuf in Turkestan, etc. All these quotations. The longest discussion of this narrative can be found in Idris Bitlisi's Persian Chronicle. So so what does it mean? Why do we have to worry about this narrative? Now, very few scholars actually discuss this Yasavitic narrative. There are a couple of reasons. I mean, one big reason is, of course, we just assume that since Ottoman dynasty was a Turkic dynasty or Turkish dynasty, so they must have a sort of the Turkic mythical figure in their narratives. But the other reason is that Paul Wittek, one of the founding figures of the Ottoman studies, dismissed this narrative. He just said this is just a Arab genealogy. It doesn't mean anything. So after only in 1988, Barbara Fleming and a couple of years later, Stefanos Gerasimos discussed this narrative again, and they associated with the Banu Asfar narrative. Banu Asfar is the blonde race, and then the blonde race is a sort of, it plays an important role in apocalyptic narratives. When the Ottomans conquered Constantinople, that the blonde race will attack the Muslims, and then there will be a clash between the Ottomans and the blonde race, the Banu Asfar. Now, Hiroyuki Ogasawara, a Japanese colleague, he criticized this view, and then he argued that actually the narrative must be related with the divine rights of the kings idea in the early modern period, because he said the apocalyptic narratives are not actually mentioned in many of these Yesavitic narratives. So I'm actually siding with Dr. Ogasawara here. I think he has a very strong and convincing point, but I would like to develop his view a little bit. The thing is, all this, both Barbara Fleming and Stefanos Gerasimos focused on the identity of Yusuf as the ancestor of Banu Asfar, and then his apocalyptic figures. But if you look at the Yesavitic narrative, as you may know, it comes from the Hebrew Bible, and then Isaac, the prophet Isaac, gives blessings to Jacob or Israel and Yusuf. And these narratives, you know, we have many examples in Islamic literature. It goes back to al-Tabari, and then al-Tabari, for instance, the Isaac gave the prophecy and kingship to Isaac, and he said to he told Yusuf, "May your offspring be as numerous as the dust, and may no one rule them but themselves." So actually, I would like to focus on not the Banu Asfar part, but the prophecy and kingship parts, the political ideas part. And then we have many examples of these narratives, and I have the examples in my text. But if you look at if I put them all in table, we see that by the time of the Ottomans separated kingship and prophecy or prophethood. Basically, Yusuf gets the kingship and Jacob gets the prophethood. Now,
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, let me read my conclusion and I'm done. So my conclusion is that the Subhat is in essence a visual depiction of the duality of authority, which sees dynastic fortune and religion as twins. Ad-din wa dawla taw'aman, the famous Arabic phrase we see over and over in historic sources. On the other hand, the author of the Subhat goes one step further. In the post-Mongol political environment, devoid of a caliph as a representative of religious authority, religion and dynastic fortune, dawla or devlet, or sacred and profane, are conflated in the Chingizid and Ottoman lineages. As a natural result of this approach, the Ottoman lineage and the Ottoman Sultan embody both sacred and temporal authority, which was initially divided between the sons of Seth and Gayumers. Thus, religion and state are no longer twins in the Yesavitic discourse presented in the Subhat, but they are just two faces of the absolute ruler, the Ottoman Sultan. So, thank you very much, and I will stop here. This was my present. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Evrim. Our next paper will be by Florian Schwartz of the Austrian Academy of Sciences. He will be speaking on the topic of the Samanid file, genealogy, historiography, and property in 16th century Bukhara. Welcome, Florian.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll try to share my screen. Should be this one. Yes, that looks good. So, Samanid file, genealogy, historiography, and very little property because there's not enough time today, unfortunately, in 16th century Bukhara. Genealogy as the persuasive imagination of origin, generation, and perpetuity cannot exist in isolation. Sometimes described as the most basic form of recording history, it will not work without explanation or interpretation or written, performative, whatever. And this interpretation is, of course, as we've already seen in many presentations and will continue to see today, is ever in flux, contingent to context, often hard to grasp for modern scholars. One way of looking at genealogy, especially in a historical perspective, is that of more or less successful efforts to actualize and routinize options provided by a favorable convergence of a number of factors, among them narrative, societal, legal norms, access to economic and symbolic resources, and yes, birth. Genealogy is a resource, but it also requires the availability and access to resources. Lineages that are referred to must be widely acknowledged, Hashemite, Alid, Chinggisid, but there can also be other lineages, as we'll see. Shrines provide a communal anchor, the narrative meat that Devin Dewey's referred to yesterday, etc. In my paper, I explore a documentary horizon from 16th century Bukhara, which includes documents that have been described in previous scholarship as genealogy or as endowment documents. I try to address the various resources and textual strategies of a family in the rural hinterland of 16th century Bukhara to claim Samanid descent, to be of Sayyid rank, and to be entitled to administer the endowment of Ismail Samani in the oases and suburbs of Bukhara. In my summary, I will have to focus on a few textual and material aspects and only hint to other dimensions that will be more fully explored in the longer paper. So just to get this out of the way, I'm not concerned here with the question of the validity of genealogical claims or with the question whether this Samanid Waqf is actually really a Samanid endowment. This does not matter here. My focus today is on a scroll of 460 lines of text that was acquired in 1950 from a private owner in Bukhara by the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Academy of Sciences of Uzbekistan, the Biruni Institute, where it is still kept. Genealogy occupies a small but crucial place in this scroll. As far as it is preserved, there are damages at the beginning. The scroll begins with a nasab, documenting a Sayyid lineage for Ismail Samani. It provides an interface for the 16th century Sayyids of Sivanj, a small town near Bukhara, now completely disappeared, to connect their genealogy with that of the Samanids. It seems to have been a matter of dispute in 9th centuries if the 9th century Samanid ruler was a Sayyid, hence a legal argument in favor of the transmission of Sayyidhood through the female line is introduced to back up this claim. The text is embedded in and enriched by substantial historiographical material and a paraphrase of a Samanid family endowment allegedly dating to the late 9th century. The result is a narrative file in the shape of a documentary scroll. This genealogical, legal, documentary, historiographical strategy appears to have been successful. So this Samanid file invokes two genealogical options. One was readily available, if at least theoretically heavily guarded, Sayyid descent. The second one is not at all obvious, namely descent from the 9th and 10th century ruling family of Transoxiana and Khorasan, the Samanids. There is evidence that the Samanid genealogical option outlived Samanid rule. It was, for example, available to elites in Samarkand around the time of the Mongol occupation, and this is here from 620 Hijri. I owe this specific reference to Andrew Peacock, but there are more. The first scholarly work to mention the document I'm talking about today, I'm referring to it either as the Samanid file or as document 527A. So please keep this in mind. The first reference appears to be in a short article published in 1927 by the Bukharan intellectual and politician Musa Sayyidjan. He references privately held documents in Bukhara regarding the so-called Samanid mausoleum. Bijan describes one of the documents as a genealogical charter, a nasabnama, and he uses also the word waqfiyya, endowment deed, for the same document. This and other related documents were seriously studied and discussed for the first time in 1950 and 51 by Olga Tchechovich, when the Biruni Institute had acquired these documents. They were published in 2017 in diplomatic editions and Russian translations, but without facsimiles, unfortunately, by Bahadur Musametov and Shamsuddin Kamaleddin. The study of these documents has been complicated by a number of factors, beginning with Tchechovich's categorical verdict of factual inauthenticity, confusion about the whereabouts of one of the documents, and issues of dating and chronology. The apparent uncertainty of Bijan in his 1927 article about the attribution of the document to a specific genre continues in later literature. Olga Tchechovich called it an endowment deed, even if a forgery or fabrication. And Kamaleddin and Musametov described the same document as a genealogy of the Samanids, Radoslovnaya Samanidov in Russian. The wavering between the description of document 527A as a genealogy or an endowment deed points to the complex nature of the text. From one point of view, it might be described as a nasabnama enriched with legal, documentary, and historical texts. From another perspective, it may appear as a summary of an endowment deed embedded in a complex textual setting. Others may consider it a chronicle of the Samanid dynasty that presents itself in a rather unconventional form. So before introducing a couple of other documents that provide necessary context for this document, a brief overview of the contents and structure of the scroll is in order. So this document is Samanid 5, the begin of it, first part. So section 1, it begins with a brief genealogy. An undetermined number of lines is missing or badly damaged, as you see here. So it is difficult to, or impossible actually, to determine the final generation of this nasabnama, of this lineage. It may have stopped at Ismail Samani, whose descent from the Prophet Muhammad through the female lines is documented here, but it may have included later generations, actually theoretically down to the early 16th century when the scroll was written. The second part defends the legal validity of the transfer of sayyidhood from a mother to her son. It concludes with the finding, phrased in legal language, that it is affirmed, mathbut, that King Ismail Samani was a sayyid of legally valid descent, sahih al-nasab. Then follows a paraphrase of the Samanid Waqfiyya, including material from the Tarikh al-Bukhara. The longest section is a chronicle of the Samanids, which is largely identical with, for example, the relevant chapter in the Tarikh al-Quzida by Hamd al-Mustawfi. And this section is bookended by two genealogical or proto-genealogical sections. It begins with a variation of the well-known paternal lineage of the Samanids, called here silsilah Pararan, through the Sasanian general Bahram Trubin. And it ends with a short postscript on the destiny of the Samanid family after their fall from power. The scroll ends with a notarization clause in a trained handwriting, giving the date and place as Bukhara 931 Hijri, May 1525, and noting the presence of legal witnesses. I will walk you very quickly through the main sections of the text. We have first the nasab, which of course is nothing like, so like showing this after Evren's presentation is really embarrassing. But this is the nasab, the Sayyid lineage. It's a version of a well-known Alid lineage going back to Zain al-Abidin and through his grandson, Abdullah or Ubaidullah, al-Araj. The second section presents a legal argument and cites legal authorities to confirm the legality of the Sayyid status of Ismail Samani. See Sayyid Sahih al-Nasab. The third genealogical, then there's a section that presents an easily recognizable variant of the famous paternal lineage through Bahram Trubin. You see this here. Then follows the chronicle, divided like it's on a scroll, but you see chapter like king by king. It's fairly long. And then this postscript, which is perhaps the most curious part of the entire documents. It does not end where the standard chronicles end, but it continues with a short postscript of 2.5 lines without a line break or a disruption of the textual flow, which translates as, after that, the succession of power fell from the family of the al-Zaman. Some of that family took up gainful occupation, others engaged in learning and exemplary conduct, others again failed in either way and became common people. It is not genealogical in form and shape, this postscript, but is crucial to the file because it connects the genealogical past, that is the substance of the text, to the genealogical present and future of the actual document written in the 16th century. It opens up a genealogical option in 16th century Bukhara. So there are 4 genealogical elements that frame and structure this text: a fragment of a Sayyid lineage, a legal opinion on Sayyidhood through the maternal lineage, the paternal ascending lineage of the Samanids, and the postscript on post-10th century Samanids. This document would be interesting in its own right for its peculiar way of combining genealogy, law, waqf, and historiography into a single narrative and presenting it in the form of a document. Not to mention the maternal Sayyid lineage of the early Samanids and the postscript that opens a perspective on a post-dynastic history of the Samanid family. But the document in itself offers little to assess its historical context and significance. Especially, we lack the first part, the actual nasab nama. We don't know where it arrives, who did actually commission this, what was the purpose of this. So the only element that explicitly ties the scroll to a specific historical context is the notarization clause at the end, dated Bukhara 1525. So why would someone make the effort in early Shibanid Abul Khair Bukhara to create or copy such a document and notarize it in the presence of witnesses? One has to turn to other documents to gain perspective. Most closely associated with this scroll is a second, shorter scroll, which I call 527b. They were both bought in one batch from their previous private owner in Bukhara in 1950. But before I turn to this sibling scroll, excuse me.
5 minutes, Florian.
Yes, I will write that. Thank you. I need to quickly introduce yet another document, and for the rest, I have to refer to the longer paper. Central State Archive of Uzbekistan preserves, under call number 1297, an early Mongol period copy of a deed documenting a family endowment allegedly created by Ismail Samani for his male descendants. This document has met a particularly inclement fate in scholarship. I cannot go into detail here, even considered lost. So people working on photographs rather than on the actual document that you see here, and misreading the dates and the names. So this, I posit that this is a faithful reproduction, early 19th century reproduction of a now lost scroll that was prepared in the 16th century. In 1569, a certain Amir Sayyid Muhammad ibn Amir Sultan Hussein, known as Mir Sivanji, requested a renewal copy that replaced an older, damaged, clean copy of the alleged 9th century Samanid Waqf. So the request of renewal of the Samanid Waqfiyya in 1569 evidences efforts of a family in the oasis of Bukhara in the 16th century to gain or confirm official recognition of their entitlement to the management of lands presented as this Samanid family endowment. I present in my longer paper arguments for connecting the person who commissioned this renewal copy with a family of Sayyids that are quite well known from other sources, manuscript sources not published in 16th and 17th century Bukhara, who were particularly closely associated with the two Naqshbandi families, the Dahbidis and Trubari Sheikhs. I see here, for those who are more familiar with these texts, an overview of how I identify this person. He's also, I posit that he is identical with a person who, the author of a hagiography named Mir Sayyid Muhammad Sivanji Samani, who in turn, I think, is identical with the author of this second scroll, 527b, who calls himself Sayyid Muhammad Samani. So this creates an entire context that allows us to also place the Samanid file in a place, a family in 16th century Bukhara. So to conclude, the genealogical, legal, historical narrative scroll of the Samanids from 1525, here, the scroll-shaped text dedicated to Abdullah Khan in 1588 and the Waqfiyya renewal copy of 1569 can be connected with a family from the Bukharan town of Sivanj, who played a significant role in the intellectual and religious life of Shibanid Bukhara. It presents a documentary horizon that evidences efforts of a Bukharan family to preserve and consolidate an elevated societal position and considerable economic assets. They were able to draw on a wide range of resources: genealogy, written oral narratives, legal expertise, and legal records provided the textual substance. But to translate into actual benefit, it required a real-life framework into which it could be fitted. Various forms of association with other prominent families, so intermarriage, spiritual discipleship or companionship, access to landed property, and alignment with the political situation that may have created a particularly favorable historical context to promote a Samanid Sayyid genealogy. If you look at the dates here, 1525 and 1588, these are the dates associated with two of the major campaigns of the Shibanid Khayrids against Khorasan. These efforts, to wrap this up, these efforts seem not to have been in vain. Writing a century later, in the late 17th century, the author of the hagiographical compendium Samarat al-Mashayikh, Mirag Zinda Ali, records his own family's tradition to the effect that his grandfather's mother was a Sayyida, descending from Ismail Samani. As Sadat ke nasab ishan be Ismail Samani mirasa. He supports this tradition with a reference to a genealogical text. He explicitly calls it Nasab Nama, which he claims to have seen before it vanished in the Khwarezmian raids in the late 17th century. The family of Mirag Zinda Ali, a lineage of Yasavi sheikhs who became affiliated with the Naqshbandiya in the 17th century, was also closely associated with the Sivanji family, which I believe is behind all these documents. And there's evidence that the Samani Sayyida, great-grandmother of Mirag Zinda Ali, was a member of the Sivanji Sayyid family, again pointing to the importance of maternal Sayyid lineages in 16th and 17th century Central Asia. So I will stop here and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Florian. Our third and final paper will be from James Onley of the Qatar National Library. He'll be speaking on the topic of Eastern Arabia and the Persianate world, family archives and national narratives. Welcome.
Thanks very much. Okay. Here we go. Oh, many thanks to Joanne for inviting me to contribute to this fascinating symposium. I feel like an outsider because this is my first stab at Persianate studies. Until now, I've focused on Indians and Arabs in the Persian Gulf. My preparations for this symposium have introduced me to Persianate studies, and one of the most valuable works that I found helpful was Manna's Persianate Selves, which I find fascinating. This has helped me make sense of Eastern Arabia's Persianate past, which has largely been hidden behind an Arab nationalist narrative veil. Indeed, Eastern Arabia is a forgotten frontier of the Persianate world. My paper is divided into 3 sections. And so what I'll do here is just sort of give you an overview of the paper. And if you've read it and you find it interesting, then perhaps we can go into some of the details during the Q&A. So my purpose here is just to give you the big picture. Part 1 is the Persian Gulf and the Persianate world, which looks at Eastern Arabia before popular Arab nationalism in the 1950s and 60s. Part 2, national narratives about the Persian Gulf, looks at the impact of Arab nationalism in the 1950s and 60s and the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s on the lives of people whose families straddled both shores of the Persian Gulf and had sort of a Persian-Arab sort of identity. The last section, family narratives in the Persian Gulf, looks at how families tailored their genealogical narratives to fit within the new national narratives of the Gulf Arab states. They Arabized, or at least nationalized, that is, Bahraineized, Qatariized, Emiratiized, their families' stories, tying their story to the state as loyal citizens. So let's start with part 1, the Persian Gulf and the Persianate world. This is an unstudied, not an understudied, but an unstudied aspect of Eastern Arabia, because those with ties to Iran who live in Eastern Arabia today play them down or deny them altogether. The evidence has been hidden, and it's very hard to get anyone to talk about this. Indeed, it's very politically sensitive to do so. Because loyalties, or rather past loyalties or past connections to Iran today are regarded as potentially treasonous because of the hostility that has developed between both shores of the Persian Gulf as a result of the Iran-Iraq War. So my paper focuses on 2 broad categories of people, the Ajam and the Persianized Arabs. So let me talk about the Ajam. The Ajam are Persians and Persianate groups, mainly Qashqai, that is a Turkic people, and the Lurs, including the Bakhtiari, regarded by the Arabs as Persian in Eastern Arabia and southern Iraq. Now, I need to explain something about the term Ajam, because of course in Iran, it's a derogatory term. It's offensive. Indeed, my wife, who's Iranian, is very offended by the use of this term, and yet it is the term that's used for Iranians, that is the Iranian diaspora in Eastern Arabia, both by Arabs and by the Ajam themselves. They self-identify as Ajam, and they use this to describe themselves. There are 2 groups of Ajam, that is the Shi'i Ajam, who are the most numerous, and the Sunni Ajam, who are fewer in number. Next, we have the Persianized Arabs, of which there are many. We have the Bahraini Arabs. The Bahraini Arabs are the indigenous Shi'i Arabs of Eastern Arabia, some of whom migrated to Iran and then Persianized, and then later returned. So these are not that many, but they tend to be prominent merchant families and therefore highly visible. The most numerous are the Avazi Arabs of Avaz, of Khuzestan, formerly Arabistan, before 1925. But not many of them have moved to Eastern Arabia. Next, we have Arabs of Iraqi origin from southern Iraq, who then moved to Iran, mostly to Bushehr and places close to like Khuzestan, close to Iran, to Iraq, and then later migrated to Eastern Arabia. Again, there's not many of them, but they tend to be prominent merchants and therefore visible. But the most significant group are the Holy Arabs, known as the Hawala or Hola, and I'll be talking a lot about them. So here's a language map of Iran to show you who's who. And you can see the pink bits in the south on the coast of Oz. That's Khuzestan, where the largest concentration of Iranian Arabs is. And then further down in the south, you have the coast there, which is part of today what we'd call Hormuzgan. But the bit about further inland, further inside the Persian Gulf, beyond Kishim Island, is known as the Sibku coast. And most of the Hawala moved from Eastern Arabia at some point in the past, in the late 1500s, beginning then, but primarily in the 1700s, after the death of Nader Shah, and there was a sort of a lot of chaos at that time, and which provided a window of opportunity for a number of Arab ruling families from East Arabia to move to southern Iran and to begin governing these ports. And that began the period of the Arab sheikdoms of the Shibgu coast and of southern coastal Iran, which lasted from the 1700s up until the early 20th century. Now, the most prominent, here's the detailed map of the Shibgu coast. As you can see, here's all the towns where they lived, the Hawala Arabs. And many of the Hawala Arabs, when they returned, not all returned, but those who did return to Eastern Arabia, kept with them the names of the towns where they came from. Or they have a name that is nonetheless given to them by the Persian community. There's usually a story associated with it. The families themselves try to explain away the significance of this, saying that this was an honorary term that was given to them and they kept it, but it doesn't indicate a loyalty or a significant connection with Iran today. They play that down. Bandar Linga was the largest port on the Shibgu coast, the most significant, and many of the Hawala will talk about ties with this port. Linga was an Arab town ruled until the late 19th century by the Qawasim, the ruling family today of Sharjah and Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE. It formed one of many Arab sheikdoms along the Iranian coast in the 18th to early 20th century. Here's a table of some of the largest sheikdoms of southern Iran. And these are not by any means the full list, but these are the most prominent ones and that lasted the longest. Along the Shibgu coast, there were also several Arab ruling families in the 18th and 19th centuries, as you can see here, but they tended to rule, with the exception of number one, the Qawasim, al-Ghassemi, which ruled Linga and the hinterland. The rest tended to control smaller areas around the port towns. What's interesting is that all of these families straddle both shores of the Persian Gulf and can be found in the Emirates and in Qatar and in Bahrain today. Mainly Qatar and the UAE. The Arabs who lived in these towns were known as the Hawala or Hola, as I've said. Here are two members of a prominent holy family, the al-Arshi. They wore a distinctive headdress, a colorful Indian Ocean turban. And this was a clear sign that they're Hawala. Now there's a lot of variety in the wearing of these turbans. The most stylized one, which is distinctive, is the Saidi, which is worn by the royal family of Oman. But this turban was also worn by the Qawasim of Sharjah and Ras Al Khaimah up until the 1950s, until Arab nationalism, and by all Hawala. The autobiography of a member of this family describes how its members were raised on Hafez, Sadi, Omar Khayyam. They spoke Arabic and Persian fluently, as well as Hindustani, since they owned homes in Bombay and Karachi as well. The author of this book describes how her family had a quote-unquote composite culture, part Arab, part Persian, with Indian influences. Of course, the Hawala are still there today. Here's some photos I took a few years ago. This is in Bandar Kung, which is now effectively a suburb of Linga. Sadly, Linga has been bulldozed, and the beautiful waterfront that you saw there, which sort of looked a bit like reminiscent of Venice, is now just a park. Here's another photograph here. So today, this is something I'd like to investigate a bit more later, is how there has been a resurgence of sort of Arab identity in Iran, and why that's happened. And you're beginning to see wearing of Arab clothes again, which had been suppressed under Reza Shah in the 1920s and 30s. Indeed, a lot of these communities have established their own museums. Here's a museum on Kish Island. They're typically call themselves anthropology museums. And they've plugged into the tourism trade. So now these are seen as major tourist attractions. All of these families maintain ties with the Gulf. So this man here that you see here, he comes over for the annual Dao Festival here in Doha every November, and I see him every time he comes. Other Persianized Arabs included the Baharna and Arabs of Iraqi origin. Now, this is a really nice photograph taken in Bahrain in 1899 or thereabouts. And it shows the three main groups of Persianized Arabs in Eastern Arabia. On the right, you have Yusuf bin Ahmed Kanu, one of the families I talk about, who was, his family was from, settled in southern Iran and then came back. So they were Hawala. But as you can see by this point, he's now sort of re-Arabized, if you like, and he's wearing a sort of Bedouin dress. But the man standing up in the back, in the rear, is also Hawala. He's from the port town of Kangun or Kangan on the Shibku coast. And you can see him wearing the distinctive holy headdress. The man on the left, sitting down, is Bahrani. That is, he's from the Baharna, who are the indigenous Shi'i Arabs of Eastern Arabia, but who have these sort of cultural ties as well with Iran, as you can tell by the headdress. And then the man sitting in the middle is Aga Muhammad Rahim Safar, who is of Iraqi origin. The family comes originally from Hilla, but then moved to Bushir in the 1700s and was based there for many generations before moving to Bahrain. You would describe him as sort of Persianized rather than Persianate, sort of half, if you like, or bicultural, perhaps, if you like.
5 minutes, James.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I've just lost my spot here. All right. The Ajami presence in Eastern Arabia dates back to antiquity, when it formed part of past Persian empires. And here are some examples of Ajami community. Two men standing in the middle, the boy and his father in the back, are from the Safar family. And on your right, you see two members of the Ajami community who are also relatives of the Safar family. They're intermarried with them, as is the man in white standing on the other side. Here's another example of an Ajami family, although this was taken in Bahrain, but the family also lived in Bahrain. Second section of my paper, and I'll just steamroll through this, is about the national narratives about the Persian Gulf. The process of Arabization of Persians, Persianate groups, and semi-Persianized groups in Eastern Arabia began in the 1950s with the rise of Arab nationalism and peaked in the 1980s during the Iran-Iraq War. Arab nationalism in Eastern Arabia was part of a wider movement throughout the Arab world, but it was also a response to Iranian nationalism. Under Reza Shah in the 1920s and 30s, Iran laid claim to the whole of the Persian Gulf region. During this time, Iran refused to recognize the Gulf Arab states and classified their citizens as Iranians whenever they visited Iran. This led to the first nationality laws being passed in Eastern Arabia, and later to the constitutions passed by these same states, in which they defined themselves as Arab, part of the Arab world. To this was added a strong anti-Iranian and anti-Shi'i stance after the Iranian Revolution in 1979 and the start of the Iran-Iraq War a year later. So examples of this include the name game. That's probably the best example. The battle for the very identity of the Persian Gulf itself. Is it Arab or Persian? Another example is the Gulf Arab states imposing Arab nationalist dress, requiring all members of government to wear it. Another example is the Gulf Arab governments omitting the Ajam and Baharna and all cultural and social connections with Iran from their national narratives and national museums. Another example is the rebranding of the Wind Tower, the Badgir, a traditional Persian architectural feature used throughout Eastern Arabia, as an Arab design, the Barajil. And also the renaming of Dubai's historically Persian neighborhood. This is Bastakia in Dubai. If you've been to Dubai, no doubt you've been here, which is named after Bastak in southern Iran. It was renamed Al-Fadli, named after the ruler's fort nearby. Another example is the renaming of Doha's Souk al-Ajami, the Persian souk, as Souk Waqif in 2007. I mean, that's pretty extreme. Here's an example of some of the Persian shops. Most of the shops in Souk Waqif are Persian, as you can tell from the name here. Another example is the omission from the story of Bin Jalmud House, that is the slavery museum in Doha, that its owner was Persian. Indeed, it is very, very sensitive. You can't mention that at all. And then my last section of my paper looks at the impact of these government policies and actions on individuals and families. So at the individual level, this process led to the gradual Arabization of Persians, Persianate groups, and semi-Persianized groups in Eastern Arabia, as you can see by this table. So it's fascinating. My paper goes into details about that. And the process varies from state to state. It's different in Kuwait, different in Bahrain. And there's even a debate about, for example, the adoption of Arab nationalist dress. Is it Arab dress or is it national dress? And so on. But the main purpose of this is to mitigate the discrimination or perceived dual loyalties that these people have with Iran. Any connection with Iran today is suspect, and people who are seen as having a connection or even a historical tie are not given government positions, or at least positions with, in the military or in sensitive government ministries like the Ministry of the Interior. And my paper then goes into details of each family, but I'll pass over that for now. And so this concludes my overview of my paper. For those of you who've read it, I hope you enjoyed it. And if you have any questions, I look forward to discussing the details with you during Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. I really enjoyed especially all those pictures that you had to share in your presentation. I will turn things over to Dan Sheffield now for some commentary and then some question and answer.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to engage with these three really wonderful and thought-provoking papers. This morning, we've heard three excellent papers which span a range of topics, from the imagined genealogical origins of the Ottoman dynasty to claimants to a Samanid Sayyid lineage in 16th century, Shaybanid Bukhara, to the Arabized Persians and the Persianized Arabs of the Gulf region. So really diverse in time period, thinking, I suppose, with Evrim's paper all the way back to the time of Adam and the biblical prophets, to the sort of imagined origins in 9th century Central Asia, and all the way down to the present. And really diverse also in geography and in the sources that they utilize. The three papers of this panel, when taken together, stake out, I think, the importance across time periods and across geography of genealogy from three diverse corners of the Persianate world. I'll structure my comments, I think, by paper and, of course, the order in which they were produced. I'll just briefly, I think, summarize what I thought some of the major points of each paper were, and then pose a question to each of the speakers before we open things up for the Q&A. Evrim Bimbosh's paper focused on dynastic genealogies of the Ottomans, bringing new attention to the understudied Subhat al-akhbar, which, it was a literal rosary to the eyes of genealogical reports, as the visually stunning beads of ancestral portraits are threaded together through links of kingly and prophetic transmission from the origins of the world all the way down to the period in which the text was composed, that is shortly after 1675 of the Common Era during the reign of Mehmed IV. Briefly reviewing the history of dynastic family trees, including some of the most lavish manuscripts completed during the Ottoman period. I want to hear that story about the 100-foot-long Tumara Humayun, Evrim, which you talked about seeing. Evrim turns to the Subhat, which I think up until the present has largely solely been studied by art historians and neglected by historians for the importance of the kinds of claims with regard to political legitimacy that the text seems to be making. Evrim, I think, very neatly lays out for us the major features of the visual design of the Subhat, which introduce a sort of a tricolor scheme dividing the transmission of kingship among the Iranian kings, of prophecy among the biblical prophets, and finally of pharaonic descent. Focusing on a crucial turn in the pre-Islamic prophetic line, Evrim notes that the manuscript mentions that the Ottoman line here originates not from the better known figure Oghuz Khan, but in the manuscript Subhat al-akhbar, from the biblical prophet Esau. That is, Esau, the descendant of Shem, son of Noah, rather than Oghuz Khan, who elsewhere is described as being the descendant of Noah's son Japheth. What does this disagreement in Ottoman origin narratives mean? Evrim tells us that previous scholars, largely I think influenced by sort of Turco-centric nationalist historiography that spanned the 20th century, have largely attempted to dismiss the Isavitic narrative and rather focused on the sort of imagined origins in this figure of Oghuz, himself, seemingly a good Turk. But more recently, scholars have drawn attention again to the Isavitic narrative in an attempt to connect this narrative with the development of the notion of the divine rights of kings among the early modern Ottomans. Here, Bimbosh convincingly demonstrates from Tabari and from later sources that Islamic historians spoke of the prophet Isa as being, as living at a time, as I suppose, embodying a moment in which the political ideas of kingship and prophecy were, as embodying the moment in which kingship and prophecy were divided between Esau and his twin brother Jacob. I think taking this notion of twinning as sort of an inspiration, Bimbosh then draws attention to the well-known political aphorism, which I've always known as the Ahd Ardashir, the Covenant of Ardashir, really an aphorism with pre-Islamic roots, that religion and kingship or religion in the state are twins, din wa dola tu aman, or din wa mulk tu aman. Read in this context, the notion of an Ottoman descent from Isa, and therefore the transmission of kingship, I suppose, via the line of Isa, can be read in the context of developing ideas of absolute rulership during the early modern Ottoman period in the 17th century, in which the two sides of inner and outer caliphate were seen as being, the two faces of the Ottoman Sultan. So I have a number of questions for you, Evrim, but I think maybe, just to start out, on the one hand, I would like to ask you about, what can we say about how these genealogies were read or perhaps presented in court contexts, and how do you think the sort of implicit messaging about the transmission of royal legitimacy might have been conveyed, to an audience through these, what are seemingly very subtle turns in these manuscripts. It seems like the note on Isa might, very easily have been missed by certainly by other modern readers of this text. But if you could just perhaps say a little bit more about the readership of a text like this. And I'm also curious, what might have been at stake in promoting the Oghuz Khan narrative as opposed to the Isa narrative, say in the 17th century. All right, I'll turn now to Florian's paper, which to my mind was a real, kind of detective story, a great, case of like archival whodunits, in which Florian reviews the afterlife of claims to Samanid genealogy in Shaybanid Bukhara, associated with a document of really sort of curious genre, presented as a Samanid waqf, acquired in 1950 from a private collection and kept today in the Academy of Arts and Sciences of Uzbekistan. A long scroll, Florian gives us a very close reading first of the document with which he's concerned, which begins by providing a nasab, lineage connecting the Samanid ruler Ismail Samani with the Sayyids of Sivanj. He then shows us that claims to Samanid descent outlived the dynasty, considerably. He has evidence, at least into the 12th and 13th century, of individuals claiming to be the I suppose the pride of the Samanids in 13th century Samarkand. Then sort of goes through the considerable confusion about the document itself, its authenticity, and its genre that has so obstructed the study of the document that he presents here. In form, the document in providing the nasab of the maternal ancestors of Ismail Samani, who transmitted the status of Sayyidhood to their son. Then the document goes on to paraphrase endowment documents, and finally comes to a chronicle of the Samanids, largely drawn from the Tariq-e Gozide, including the paternal lineage of the Samanid family, connecting them back to Bahram-e Chubin, but followed by a short postscript which connects the past of the family to the present. And then finally, and here I think is where the real detective work comes in, Florian draws attention to the notarization of the document in 1525, which allows him to then connect the document here to a sort of a couple of other documents, all of which seem to revolve around a certain Muhammad Mir Sivanji Samani, who appears, in his name, I think, in various forms across these documents. Evidently, the historical scenario that Schwartz reconstructs was that the Sivanji family of Sayyids in the 16th century were requesting a copy of an alleged 9th century Samanid Waqf. The family in Sivanj had played an important role in the intellectual life of Shebanid Bukhara, but needed a sort of genealogical context into which the family's various virtues could be fitted. And so the Shebanid Samanid genealogy, whether real or fictive, seems to have provided precisely that legitimacy to this family. So I think it was a really convincing and wonderful sort of constellation of documents being put together here by Florian. And for me, who has very little knowledge of the afterlife of the Samanids and in early modern Central Asia as a locus of historical memory, I think this was really sort of illuminating. My question to Florian, and it's largely a question out of ignorance, is are there other historiographical references to the Samanid dynasty during the Shebanid period which might be helpful for us in understanding how a Samanid genealogical claim might have been received during this period? Do, say, Shebanid court histories emphasize in any way the role of the Samanids in shaping the history of the region? Do we see a sort of renewal of Samanid era architectural sites, other than the mausoleum that you discuss in the beginning of the paper, or are these sort of references to the Samanids really just isolated here in the documents that you discuss? Finally, I turn to James Onley's really terrific and eye-opening paper on Eastern Arabia, as I think he put it, the forgotten frontier of the Persianate world. The paper, consists of, well, the presentation consists of 3 parts, and I encourage everyone who didn't get a chance to read the full version of the paper, because it's really rich in personal narratives as well as in opening up a world that we seldom talk about. But the paper, on the one hand, I think lays out for us a sort of broader history of the Persian Gulf and its interactions with the Persianate world, and briefly moves into a section in which contemporary national narratives about the Persian Gulf are discussed, in particular the way in which these national narratives, both on the Iranian side, I suppose, and also, of course, on the Arab side of the Gulf, seek in large part to obscure the really hybridized history of the families who James is talking about here. And finally, the paper moves into a section on family narratives. Now, of course, I suppose we're all familiar with the political sensitivities that surround the history that James has been talking about. As he points out, these sort of ridiculous, I guess I shouldn't say ridiculous, but these very politicized narratives surrounding the naming of the Gulf in particular seem to come into the news every couple of years. But James does a very nice job of laying out the sort of recent history of this historical memory in the events following the Iran-Iraq War, and moving into the 1990s, the contemporary period. Throughout the paper, and I think this is really what I'd like to focus on in my questions. James uses, on the one hand, the term Persianate, as well as Persians, to refer to one side of an equation, and on the other hand, uses terms like Persianization and Arabization to refer to processes of hybridization that happen to individuals who fit into either the Persianate category or the Arab category. So at the end of my comments, I want to ask James to sort of spell out a little bit more in detail what he understands to be the sort of distinction between Persianate on the one hand and Persianization. But just to I think, briefly review a little bit more what James lays out in the paper, he focuses on family narratives and archives, largely among the Sunni Hawala Arabs, the Sunni Huli Arabs, many of whose ancestors had settled in the Shibkuh region of Fars, the area around historical Bandar Lenge on the eastern shore of the Persian Gulf. This is the world of the Hawala is a multilingual, composite, a world of many languages and of composite culture, which brings together Arab, Persian, and Indian cultural influences, those broader influences which characterize the world of the Gulf more generally. In the paper that he was able to present, in the sections that he was able to present, Professor Onley pointed toward the contemporary revival of interest in the Hawala in Iran through music festivals, museums, and other contemporary events, showing the ways in which they have tapped into this sort of contemporary Iranian marketing of a sort of culturally diverse Iran as a focus of tourist attractions. I think I've actually even seen a documentary on IRIB, Mostanad, which at least brings up the Hawala. So it was interesting to see the photographs that you presented us with. But in the broader paper, Professor Onley also takes us through more personal narratives of Huli families and their own memories of Iran. So, given all of the complicated enmeshments of contemporary foreign relations and modern politics and the shaping and presentation of historical memory in the Gulf region, as I said, James, I'd really like just to ask you to talk about the contrastive terms that you've used here, Arab, Persian, Persianate on the one hand, and Persianization and Arabization on the other. When you use a term like, Persianate, are you sort of referring more to this sort of cosmopolitan hybridized world of say the 19th century, and contrasting that with a sort of the sort of more modern nation state based identities that have developed in the 20th century when you use terms like Persianization or Arabization, or can you just elucidate a little bit further? At any rate, I really enjoyed reading all three of these papers. I think that they underscore the richness of the topic of this conference more broadly. And at any rate, I look forward to moderating the discussion now. So with that, perhaps we can turn to each of the three speakers for a brief response, and then I will moderate the Q&A. Evrim, if you'd like to go first.
Yes, let me start as the first presenter. As for the transmission of these genealogies, most of these genealogies, at least the sort of better prepared ones, they are not for legitimization. I think in Islamic studies, we emphasize the issue of legitimization too much. Because when you look at these texts, you see that they didn't circulate. They were just composed and then they were left in the libraries. They are just in pristine condition, most of them. I kind of following the footsteps of my my supervisor John Woods in this point, in reading these texts as constitutional narratives. So these texts were educating the elite of the Ottoman society, I believe. As for the Oğuzhan narrative, in the 15th century, Oğuzhan narrative was promoted by historians who came from the ulama background. So these religious scholars didn't like the idea that the Sultan was getting stronger and stronger. And that's why they opposed the conquest of Constantinople. That's why they opposed the sort of the various policies that the Sultans pursued in the 15th century. And initially, it was an idea of actually limiting the authority of it was a tool to limit the authority of the Sultan, because Oğuzhan is a sort of, okay, Turkic hero, powerful king, but he didn't have any religious prerogatives. He was just a sort of, he was just a king. And then just like any other king, he needed a religious support coming from, in that case, from ulama or religious scholars. So your point about the Ardeshir's testament at Din Devlet Havaman, that is true. But I think the Ottoman historians took this from al-Ghazali, because the al-Ghazali in Nasihatul Muluk, he refers, he mentions the same narrative. As for my personal story about the Tomar, those of you who visited the Topkapı Palace Library will know that the reading room of the Topkapı Palace Library is not larger than an average college seminar room. So you cannot open the entire manuscript. So that's why this manuscript was never given to readers. I was lucky because when I did my research at the Topkapı Palace Library, there was an exhibition being prepared in London. It's the Turks. It's called the Turks. You may have seen the volume. So the Topkapı Palace people were preparing that exhibition like crazy. They had a deadline, and then they used that opportunity to sort of air the manuscripts, because in those years they didn't have the atmospheric control system, so they needed to get the manuscripts out of the stacks each year. So they needed manpower, and I helped them on several occasions. And then they brought the Tomar out. So I used that opportunity to look at the Tomar. And then they don't allow it because it's like a carpet, a massive carpet. So each time you open it, you destroy it. So that's why it's never allowed. So that's my story. So let me pass the baton to my other colleagues.
Florian, if you come on.
1 second. Yes, here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel, also for reading this paper very closely, and this preliminary draft, and for presenting it in such a neat way. And so the question, yes, that's a question that I ask myself, of course. One thing is to infer from these documents that they may have, as I put it, aligned themselves with a certain political situation that was helpful for them. So that being a Samanid, one can imagine it makes sense at the point when the Shaybanid Abul Khayrids were really militarily engaging and trying to reconquer Khorasan. The Samanids, as the rulers of Khorasan and Transoxiana, are make sense as a role model there. I think it's obvious. And actually, this author of this scroll, of this fragmentary text dated 1588, at the moment that Abdullah Khan begins the second large campaign into Khorasan, which lasts 10 years, he makes reference to that. He references this, like that finally the banner of Islam is again like race in Khorasan, etc. But in the Shibanid chronicles, we find very little of that. Of course, the Samanis are there, but there's no particular emphasis on them. Actually, there are like because there's also well, anything before Genghis Khan in a way is also prehistory in a sense. So no, it's not really invoked by court historiography, and as such it remains hypothetical. But also we have to say that we're still part of the reason why one has to do this detective work is that we still know so little about. So many of these texts are just in manuscript form. So much material is not in historiography, but in some texts we might rather call hagiography, whatever. So yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Florian. And finally, I'll turn to James, if you would mind coming on.
Great. Thanks very much for the summaries. I'm very pleased that you enjoyed the paper. Just to caveat again that I'm a novice to this, learning more about the frame of reference of those who work on Persianate studies. So I'm trying to come to terms with this in relation to what I already work on, which is analytical terms and self-identities for Indian groups and Arabs, and trying to match them up. So so before I get on to the specific point about differences between Persianate, Persianized, let me explain that before the advent of nationalism in Iran in the 20s with Reza Shah, and then Arab nationalism in the 50s with Gamal Abdel Nasser, locally people would describe themselves as Khaliji in Eastern Arabia and Bandari in Southern Iran. And that was a composite culture. Even today, if you go to Southern Iran and you have some Bandari cuisine, okay, it's going to be a mix of stuff. It's part Iranian, part Arab, part Persian, part Arab, part African, part Indian. It's a blend. So people didn't necessarily identify in relation to the national narratives or ethnic nationalities that sort of were promoted by the states later on. One's identity was with their family, their religion, their locale, these sorts of things. But then with the introduction of nationalism, people then had to fit themselves, these hybrid families had to fit themselves into a spectrum. Who are you? Are you with us or with them? Are you Persian or are you Arab? And then people had to fit themselves along that spectrum defined by the state and come up with some sort of justification of why they're like that. And for those who could, they claim to be Arab. And so even if they are not, they don't speak Arabic at home, for example, and a good example of this would be the Sunni Ajam, who then suddenly said, no, we're Arabs. We came from Iran, but we're Arab. Look, we're Sunni. This was actually a statement of loyalty to the state. And this was quite interesting because it created a controversy amongst the Hawala. The tribal Arabs who were non-Hawala then began to say, well, the Hawala are really Persians. All of them are really Persians. How do we know they're really Arabs? And so this sort of tainted the group as a whole, and they became suspect. Many people who were in government positions lost those positions. So it's really about your loyalty. On the other hand, in Iran, those who couldn't claim to be Persian, they downplayed their Arabness. So if you ask somebody, well, are you Arab? They say, no, I'm Iranian. If I go to the Emirates, they call me an Arab, but here I'm Iranian. They want to emphasize that because they're afraid of the perception of divided loyalties again in this highly politicized arena. So there's that going on, and the degree to which people over time begin to believe these categories is very interesting. So initially it was sort of like Halloween. People would wear this stuff that they never wore before, but in time their children and their children's children began to think of themselves as Arab. So there's a process of Arabization going on, where if you speak to their, you speak to a national who's wearing Arab dress, who speaks Arabic at home, and then he goes home and talks to his grandparents might be speaking Persian. Or they might be hybrid. A good example would be a former student of mine who's very proudly sort of Arab, like quite gung-ho, Wahhabi, Qadari Arab, but her stepmom is Persian and doesn't speak any Arabic. So so there's this attempt to show a public face, and then there's the private reality. And then we have the analytical categories of, so I would say Persianate and Persianized are terms that these people wouldn't recognize or use to describe themselves, but these are terms that I'm trying to use myself. So I'm describing Persianate as anybody who's non-Arab from Iran, when they come over to Eastern Arabia, are labeled as Persians. So the Lurs, for example, who are not Persians, are described as Persians because they're not Arabs. And so I would describe those people, therefore, as Persianate groups. They wouldn't self-describe themselves like that. And of course, amongst those people, they might differ. My wife, for example, is Azari. But when I asked her, are you Persian? Are you Iranian? She says, well, I'm both, because she grew up in a Persian world and a Persian-speaking world with all of her friends and all that, but at home speaks Azari. So she is half Persian, half Azari in terms of her identity. You can be both. And so it depends. But if you go to Tabriz, where everyone speaks Azari in public and so on, I mean, you wouldn't have that. People would have a more strong sort of sense of their ethnic identity. But so Persianate is what I would describe the non-Persian people whom the Arabs describe as Persians. And then, of course, you have Persianized. So those are Arabs who take on attributes which we would describe as Persian. And this could be both in terms of material culture, so clothing, cuisine, and immaterial culture, celebrating Nowruz, reading Persian literature. So a good example of this, a very good example, if you can see this, is this wonderful book, Silsilah. It's about this al-Arishi family. And reading the book, you honestly cannot tell. She writes about this before the advent of nationalism, her family story takes place largely before the advent of nationalism and then during nationalism. And honestly, when reading it, you can't figure out, is the family Persian or Arab? I mean, of course, they're both in neither. They're Bandari, and that's what Bandari is. It's a blend. And so these are just categories that I've attempted to use to help make sense of these things, but doesn't necessarily suggest that these people self-identify as being Persian or Persianized themselves. Anyway, I hope that answers your question.
It absolutely, I mean, it does. And I think it's probably grounds also for further discussion about the way in which we use, these sort of sometimes civilizational, sometimes, perhaps necessary, perhaps not necessary, categories which have a sort of essential quality to them. I mean, they're certainly, as analytical terms, one can certainly see their utility. So I think since the conference has Persianate in the title, this is perhaps a good, opportunity for us to have a broader discussion. But at any rate, it's time to also let the audience come in. So I see a hand from Mana. Do you want to say something, James, before I go to Mana? Or
just as an analogy. So, for example, I've written a lot on Indians in the Persian Gulf. It's quite interesting. So locally, the Arabs would describe them all as Indians. But the Indians themselves did not. They're Sindhis, they're Hindu Sindhis, they're Muslim Sindhis. So they did not self-identify as Indians. So it's interesting. We need to distinguish between these types of categories: self-identity and analytical categories, and categories used at the time by others to describe them.
Yes, yeah. I think that's a very helpful distinction. Okay, I'll let Mana to weigh in here.
Hi. So I really enjoyed all of these papers, and I have questions about all of them. But I just wanted to pile on to this conversation. Specifically, I'll start with the discussion around James's paper. I think what struck me is, besides the inside outside nature of toggling, I think one of the things that's also difficult is the way in which the story you're telling is mapping onto the process of nationalization itself, right? So we are writing, and the people you're talking to are speaking from a kind of moment, which is the kind of moment when nationalism and its forms of understanding are naturalized, right? And that's one in which Ajam and Arab are polarized and mutually distinct. And at a certain level, what I wondered is that even the basis by which something like hybridization even becomes intelligible, right? Like, because it especially struck me that you're like, oh, well, these people understood themselves before as Bandari or Khadiji, right? And maybe that's not a blend. Maybe it's its own thing, and it only becomes a blend from the other end of the kind of nationalization process, right? And and it's not, the reason I kind of bring it up is because one of the things that struck me is in the discussion around the family narratives and your analysis of the pictures, when you're marking the sartorial components, I guess what I wondered is, in 19th century pictures, are sartorial markers ethnicized in the same way that they are in the 20th century, right? Could they just belong to kind of Bandari sort of an understanding? And how, you know, the way in which kind of claiming one or the other, or even identifying the Arab part and the Persian part, right, become a kind of 20th century discussion. And the memory that I have also is of going through the British archives and the discussions of these Arab families, right, in southern Iran, who were appealing to the British so that they were trying to be, they were basically changing their allegiance back and forth because they were trying to get out of being conscripted into Reza Shah's army. So they're like, no, we're not Iranians. We're not from here. Like, you can't have our sons, right? And so that was just one thought that I had, and I'll stop here and come back with more questions. I don't want to monopolize.
Thank you. Just a quick rejoinder. Yes, it's very difficult when discussing with the families who themselves have internalized these national narratives and view their family history in this way. Either they genuinely believe in this, or because they've internalized that, or they want you to believe it, right? And they have this story. And then when it comes to trying to understand these things, I mean, all we can do is sort of go, I guess, by indicators and associate certain things with certain places, and know for example, architecture, and how can we assign this architectural type or this clothing type with a particular nation when this architectural type predates those nations, and it is very difficult. But part of the job, I guess, of historians is to help people make sense of the past in relation to the present. And but we have to, of course, be very nuanced in our language, not to impose our modern sort of frameworks on the past in a way that the people in the past, if they were to read what we're writing about them, would not identify with what we're writing about at all.
Okay, Joanne has just told me that we're going to leave the discussion open during the break, because I also myself had lost track of time here. It's already 10:44. If anyone has perhaps you know, a quick question that they could ask now, otherwise we'll leave the discussion open during the break. I don't see any hands or anything in the Q&A or the chat at the moment. But Mana and Devin both have questions. I'll go to Devin first. Thank you.
There I am, I think. No, my question, well, these were all wonderful papers. I learned a lot from all of them. But for my question specifically is for Florian, and it's, well, one major and one minor. The significant part is, I think you alluded to the presence, the activity of other figures in this area who claim descent from Ismail Samani. I have, this is driving me crazy now, because I have in my head someone that I thought I have worked with recently or been reading about recently, where I found such a claim. but I can't remember it now. And I have to look for things, and I can't do that right now. So maybe you know who I'm thinking of without me having to look. The other piddling question is about the nisba. I've worked quite a bit with the Azkar al-Azkiya, and maybe because I took this from Uzbek writers, I Turkified the nisba and read it as Suyunchi or Sevinci, and you know the topography of Bukhara much better than I do, so I'm wondering if that's a possibility or if it's definitely the way you're reading it. Thanks.
Thank you. You know the text like no one else, I think. The only other reference you can immediately think of to Salmani is the one that I referred to in the end, in the Samarat al-Mashayikh, where the author makes connects his own family with the Salmanids, and I think specifically with that family from Sivanj. But any other,
there's somebody else, but I'll have to look.
yes. There, if any, I will also have to look. I think I have more material here, and I hope we can also exchange this information. Yeah, the toponym is just something that is it's also in a long book chapter that's coming out on the topography of the oasis. I'm really quite sure it's Sivanj, which is a town in the oasis, which was very, very important. It's mentioned in the Tarikh Bukhara already as the place where the Bukhar Khudat retired to. And I think there's no coincidence that where also all these Samanid Aqaf are located. There might be something there in the background. So it's certainly Sivanj, but it's been misread by everyone. Also because it's not very often, it's not very, very clear in the clearly written, because the town disappears probably in the early 19th century completely. There's a huge graveyard there, and I think Bakhtiyar Babajanov has documentation on the tombstones, but maybe that's also something we can continue.
Right. That's fine, but I'm glad for the correction. Thank you.
Okay, it's 10:48 now, so I don't want to cut into people's break time. I see Joanne has her hand raised actually, so maybe I'll cede the floor to the conference organizer here.
No, actually, there's a chat question from Mana. I don't know if she's still here, but I actually had a similar question, so I'm going to read hers for Florian, and it's about a woman's ability to transmit Sayyid status. And that came up, I think that's going to come up later too. But is it just to sons, and how broadly known or common was it? In other words, was the onus of persuasion on the argument, or was it a citation of an already accepted idea? I ask because I've seen very matter-of-fact acceptance of maternal Sayyid status in 18th century India among people with connections to Central Asia, among others.
Yes. Well, in the text that I use here, that's the only time the only instance I've seen explicit reference to legal material, to legal references, to legal authorities. There is a very interesting article by an Iranian scholar that Kazu kindly referred me to, which discusses this in other contexts, and there's Ruya Kilich's work on this question in the Ottoman Empire, also in the same period. As for Central Asia, I think in the 16th century it was quite widely accepted. There's this very interesting instance, for example, that the two half-brothers, Nader Muhammad Khan, and in the 17th century then, and Imam Quli Khan, one has a Sayyid, a mother, the other does not. Nader Muhammad Khan and all his descendants are all called Sayyid, but Imam Quli is not. It's just one of many instances, but I'm trying to understand better, and maybe someone here can help me. if that's really something that really happens in the 16th century, and if before that it was as widely accepted as this reference to Mongol period legal authorities implies. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. And there might be reasons why this happens in the 16th century. Also something I think to be followed up.
Yes, yeah, that's interesting. Robert was here, but he's not here now. I thought he might have some ideas about that. I mean, in the context of the Barakshwa material, I mean, you do see, you know, the maternal line, you know, with regard to you know, the Sayyid or Sayyida, you know, status. But it's interesting.
Can I have a word?
I'm sorry.
Oh, can I have
Oh,
another?
Kazuo, please, you're here. Yes, go ahead.
The article I referred Florian to is the article written by Professor Modaresi Tabatabai at Princeton University using Persian, and it's titled, oh, I forgot it. Perhaps Sharaf mean as Tarafe Madar. Yeah.
Can you write it in the? Can you write it in the?
Oh yeah. I will. Yes, I will write the
helpful.
title later. Yeah, and in that article, he argues that the discussion began in the Maghreb in the 14th or the 15th century, and then the theory spread eastwards among the Hanafis, Shafi'is, even to the Ja'faris. Ebu Suud Effendi was for the idea of the Sharaf min Kibar al-Umm. So it was widespread, definitely among jurists. But that's the only scholarly work or analytical work I know which has been done on the question of Sharaf min Kibar al-Umm. And as far as Mana's question is concerned, I don't see any reason that a mother in an environment where the Sharaf min Kibar al-Umm is accepted, there is no reason that the mother cannot pass on the Sharif status to a daughter. But if that daughter again can pass on the status, has not been discussed, scrutinized yet, as far as I know.
That's very helpful.
One more point, I think. Before that, as far as I see the genealogical materials from, let's say, 10th, 11th, 12th century, there is no sign, as far as I know, that the person whose mother was, only whose mother was Sayyid was called Sayyid. But there is a discussion among genealogists too. Sharaf can be transmitted, but that person cannot be called Sharif, something like this. So there is a measure of Sharaf, but that doesn't qualify the person to be called fully Sharif or Sayyid. Yeah. That's how I understood the argument.
Interesting.
So Jan, we're into our break time.
Yes.
Would you like to sort of move the chat to the chat box for some time, and then
that'd be a good idea. So those of us who have been going nonstop can take a bit of a break anyway, because we do have to come back in 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so there's a great question from Anna to Evrim. I encourage everyone to engage with it on the chat box.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to keep talking if you choose to. I mean, I asked Pete to keep it open. Just turn off your video and your chat. You know, if you're mute if you need a break.
Sorry, let me answer it quickly. Oh, can you all hear me? You can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you, Mana. This is a great question. The Subhat al-akhbar omits al-akhbar. I mean, it doesn't mention al-akhbar at all. Actually, the only woman mentioned in the Subhat al-akhbar, in all other Ottoman genealogical texts, is Eve. Other than Eve, there is no woman in the text. So as for the Persianate aspect of the narrative, I think for the 16th and 17th century Ottoman historians, they see themselves Persianate. So it's just part of their identity, their textual world. So in that sense, using Yiso or Oghuz would not signify anything in relation to their Persianate orientation, I believe. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
I mean, I was just curious because, you know, the Ottomans kind of, according to the very widely accepted, at least in the eastern side of the Persianate world, of the Timurid genealogy, right? They're kind of left out of the ruling lineage of the Turco-Mongol conception of things. And so in some ways, like just being descended from Oghuz is kind of not enough in that, in the way that the Timurids have made, you know, boundary drawings. And so I just wondered, like, is the Isa thing a kind of response to that?
That is, I mean, the argument is that actually the Oghuz narrative was a response to the Timurids' genealogical claims. Because the argument is that after the defeat in 1402, Timur came to Anatolia and defeated the Ottomans. Then the Ottomans had a sort of they plunged into an identity crisis. And then at that time, in order to reinvent their identity, they came up with those narrative. So that is, but that issue is not used by the you know, in the context of the competition with the Timurids. The other thing is the Yisro narrative appears a bit late in comparison to the Timurid narratives. It's the late 15th century, post-conquest. So Ottomans are no longer they don't feel that they didn't have that inferiority complex vis-a-vis the Timurids. Although they always felt that they always had the inferiority complex towards the Chingizids. That's a different story, because they always had to justify their presence vis-a-vis the Chingizid lineage. But Timurids' challenge was over by the late 15th century, I believe.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our fourth and final session on Sufism and genealogy. Florian Schwartz will be our discussant for the panel. I will introduce our first paper by Devin Deweese of Indiana University. And the title is An Ahrari Genealogy from 18th Century India.
Okay, thank you. I'll start. Actually, that title turns out to be wrong, but I'll explain that. I'm going to try to share my screen and see if I can pick among these. There you go. And say share that. Okay, I'll get the hang of this, maybe. My remarks today stem from a few chance encounters with a couple of manuscripts in London and Istanbul that contain genealogical material on the descendants and ancestors of the famous Naqshbandi Sufi sheikh of 15th century in Samarkand, Hoja Ubaidullah Ahrar. My attention was initially drawn to the text by their incorporation of links with prominent Yesevi saints into Hoja Ahrar's genealogy. You can see some of these here. The yellow part is what's added in this other work. The material that's not highlighted is known from earlier sources. As mentioned already in the best known hagiographical work about him, the Rashahat, the Ain al-Hayat, he married into a family descended from the enigmatic figure of Bab Machin, linked with the Yesevi tradition. And as affirmed in the remarkable work I'll be discussing today, his great-great-grandfather on his mother's side was the brother of Ahmed Yesevi's mother. Now, I fully intended to focus on this latter claim, which is known from other sources, though none as early as this work claims to be. It's totally at odds with internal Yesevi sources, and it's thoroughly anachronistic. Indeed, the presentation looks like an attempt in Ahrari circles to lay claim to the genealogical legacy of a saintly figure quite potent in the region of Hoja Ahrar's birth, Tashkent, in a way similar to the Naqshbandi appropriation of the Yesevi initiatic lineage, which I've discussed elsewhere. With these marks against it and the context for its likely concoction, it seemed like a reasonable subject to discuss in about 20 minutes. Then, however, I actually began to read the work in which that act of genealogical appropriation was embedded. And it turned out to be far more interesting than just another case of genealogical piracy. In fact, the work turned out to be a multi-layered text that stretched out a celebration of Ahrari descent through the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, and featured a host of interesting phenomena I thought I might try to stuff into 20 minutes, so I know I'm not going to succeed. I won't go through the particulars of the manuscripts. By the way, I should apologize for these very crudely drawn charts. I'll clean them up eventually, I hope. I don't want to go through the particulars of the manuscripts other than to say that 4 have been identified. 1 in the British Library, 1 in Istanbul, and I'm grateful to Evrim for helping me get photos of that. 1 in the Tashkent University collection, and 1 in the Biruni Institute in Tashkent. The latter has been published in a way in the form of a Cyrillic Uzbek translation that does not inspire confidence. I'll just leave that there. The British Library copy is the most complete, accessible version, but none of the 3 manuscripts I've used was copied very carefully. Often you have to consult all of the available text to even make sense of some of the genealogical relationships. The most extensive catalog description, and it's not very extensive, was by Simeonov back in 1935 for the Tashkent University copy. The Tashkent Institute copy was mentioned in a brief hand list published by Shamsuddin Babakhanov in 1993. Yes, that Babakhanov. And the British Library copy was mentioned in the hand list of recent acquisitions published by Mohammed Isa Wali in 1998. All the descriptions correctly identified the main author in the text, Abdul Hayy ibn Abul Fath al-Husseini, but made the reasonable, if mistaken, assumption that he was responsible for the entire text preserved in the manuscript. In all fairness, this is almost correct for the Tashkent University copy, which breaks off in the midst of the work of Abdul-Hai and does not contain the two additional works outlined below, although it does contain what I'm calling the supplemental insertion. Semyonov did not suggest a date for the work's composition, but Whaley said it was completed in 1153 or 1740. That date doesn't appear in the British Library copy, and it's likely that he adopted it from the date given for the copying of the Tashkent Institute copy. There are no doubt additional copies in libraries of India and Pakistan, but preliminary searches, hampered by the lack of normal access to libraries, have not turned up any of these, and none appear to be registered in Iranian collections, which is, well, not surprising. The work of Abdul-Hai appears to follow a logical plan. Now, how do I get this stop share? I'm going to have to switch back and forth here. Share again. Take this next one. All right. Sorry, this will eat up some time. It appears to follow a logical plan, though the author does not tell us in advance what it is. There are no clearly hierarchical headings or labels for particular sections, leaving the structure to be revealed as one reads the work. His plan is based on first tracing the ancestors of Hoja Ahrar, and then in much more detail, his descendants through his 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The bulk of his work focuses on the descendants of the 2 sons of Hoja Ahrar, Muhammad Abdullah, known as Hoja Ka, and Muhammad Yahya, were relatively well-known figures, both from the hagiographical works focused on their father and from other historical sources of the early 16th century. Khondamir and Babur, for instance, tell us of their estrangement in the aftermath of the revolt of the Tarkhans in 1498 and of the killing of the younger son, Muhammad Yahya, together with 2 of his sons at the command of Muhammad Shibani Khan in 1500. The latter event, which is described in excruciating detail in the Rashahat, is mentioned quite often in Abdul-Hai's work, but chiefly as a chronological marker. He usually refers to it simply as the disturbance or the distress caused by the Khan, Tafrika Yishah Bek Khan, and he never discusses it at any length. It's perhaps noteworthy that, to judge from Abdul-Hai's work, the estrangement between the 2 sons did not continue among their respective children and descendants, who frequently intermarried with one another and recycled names from both sons' lineages for their children through all the generations reflected in his work, and in the later generations known from the additional layers discussed below. So the basic structure of Abdul-Hai's work is summarized in this chart, if you want to call it that, which shows also the placement of a supplementary insertion into his work in its 4th section, and also the appearance of 2 additional works, which don't quite show on the text, but I'll say something about them even if you can't read what I said about them there. I'll start showing some of these charts so you can begin to get an idea. Okay, there we go. This will be cumbersome. There we go. The supplementary insertion to section 4 was probably written in or soon after 1092 or 1681. It follows one lineage traced from Muhammad Yahya down to that time. The second and third works were written in late Mughal India, the third in or soon after 1150, 1737, the second perhaps as much as a decade or so before that. Only the third work gives a specific date. It was clearly intended as an addition to the second and adds one more generation through the birth of a child celebrated in it to the Ahrari lineage. The second work was thus completed not long before the third. As for the supplementary insertion, it discusses a figure in the lineage who died in 1086, 1675 to 76, and mentions the naming of a newborn child in the lineage in connection with the victory of Bukharan forces on behalf of the Ashtarkhanid ruler Abdulaziz Khan over an invasion led by the Khwarezmian ruler Anusha Khan, an event reliably datable to the fall of 1681. The dating of Abdul-Hai's work in itself deserves some attention because the only published references to him so far have assumed that he was alive and compiling his work in the first half of the 18th century, an assumption I followed in my abstract. Yeah, in fact, it's clear that he completed his work well before the insertion noted above, in the late 16th or early 17th century. The evidence for this consists of the dates. There's a mentioned in the text. There's a cluster of death dates, the latest of which are between 990 and 1000. The latest event mentioned in the work is dated to 1001 or 1593. There's a similar but slightly earlier range of deaths for several figures who were quite close to Abdul-Hai in the 1570s, essentially. The most compelling evidence that he gives, though, is that his reference to Muhammad Khan, a son of Abdul Rashid Khan of the Chagatai dynasty ruling in eastern Turkestan, whom he says is at present the ruler of Kashgar. Now, Muhammad Khan reigned for about not quite 20 years, from 1000 until 1018 or 1591 until 1610. And given the other dates, it seems likely that clear that Abdul-Hai's work was written within this range. We might look to the later part of this range because the work contains a reference to the accession of the Ashtarkhanid ruler Vali Muhammad Khan, which most likely occurred in 1606. This reference appears, however, just in the early stages of the lineage leading to the figures discussed in that supplemental insertion. And it's very difficult to judge whether it reflects the words of Abdul-Hai or of his continuator nearly a century later. In any event, for the work itself, the main part of the work of Abdul-Hai, around 1600, stands as a reasonable approximation. All this evidence is further in accord with the generational distance of Abdul-Hai from his illustrious ancestor who inspired the work, as is known from several self-referential comments about his own genealogy. These show that Abdul-Hai was only a fifth generation descendant of Hoja Ahrar, who died in 895, 1490. So he was one of Hoja Ahrar's great-great-great-grandsons. This too puts us toward the end of the 16th, the beginning of the 17th century. By contrast, the latest generation mentioned in the supplementary insertion into Abdul-Hai's work is the 9th generation after Hoja Ahrar, and the second and third works take us down to a 12th and 11th generation descendant. The upshot in any case is that the chief work in the manuscripts discussed, that of Abdul-Hai, belongs at the end of the 16th century, not in the 18th. This is important for pushing back the attestation of various narrative traditions and found in the work. Yet the insertion and the other two works built around Abdul-Hai's work do carry the genealogy of Hoja Ahrar well into the first half of the 18th century. Taken together, the three works evidence the preservation, copying, and supplementation and continuation of a genealogical framework first established by Abdul-Hai in the late 16th or early 17th century down to the early 18th century. Such supplementing is natural for the genealogical genre, but it raises the likelihood, in fact, that each manuscript iteration may represent a distinct freezing of the genealogy at a particular time. That's why it would be so important to get hold of additional copies that I haven't been able to track down yet. The genealogical ramifications, let me give some later material here. Let's go here. These are the lineages in those second and third works that take us down to a much later time. The third work, if you see the very bottom center of this chart, third work celebrates the birth of Mirza Daoud Khan to this prominent Mughal lineage there. The genealogical ramifications of Hoja Ahrar's descendants are characterized by two features that ensure the considerable repetition of particular genealogical facts through many parts of the work. First, women, both named and unnamed, are almost always included in the genealogical presentations. The genealogical engagement of women is not unusual in itself, but the attention to wives and their own parentage in this work is quite substantial, and indeed a hallmark of the Ahrari genealogy is known from this work. This is by no means a simple, straightforward presentation of patrilineal sequence of fathers and sons, as many genealogies that I've dealt with have been. It's in fact quite rare to find anyone mentioned in the work identified solely in terms of his or her father, And though the terminology used in the work is reliably patriarchal, the recognition of female bearers of the genealogical legacy is noteworthy. By contrast, for instance, in the Rashahat, excuse me, the Rashahat mentions mentions all the grandsons of Khoja Ahrar who are mentioned in Abdul Hay's work, but mentions none of his granddaughters, who figure quite prominently in Abdul Hay's presentation. The attention to wives and mothers and daughters naturally adds to the richness of the work, but it also complicates the presentation, with accounts of one couple's offspring partly repeated in a section on the father's lineage and in a section on the mother's lineage. These would be complicated enough with separate families, but they're heightened by the second noteworthy feature of this Ahrari genealogy. The prevalence of cousin marriages, including first cousin unions, is striking. In addition to heightening the inevitability of repetition, it utterly confounds attempts to adequately represent the genealogical framework in a chart. And a final characteristic that likewise complicates the basic task of following the genealogical trails through the work, excuse me, is the recycling of names. For women, there are perhaps half a dozen named Fakhr Nisa or Khanzadeh Begim. For men, excuse me, the names Muhammad Yahya and Muhammad Zakaria recur in nearly every generation, often several times, with Muhammad Yusuf and Muhammad Yaqub close behind. And I do want to show you the chart of the author's lineage, which I hope you'll see here soon. As I said, Abdul Hay makes several references to his own lineage, but it's more complex here. He is descended from several Ahrari lines, but as you'll see, he's also a descendant not only of Genghis Khan, although that ancestor is not mentioned. He is shown as a descendant of Abu Khair Khan, which makes sense in this context. But he's also a descendant of Edigu, the Mangit Mirza of the early 15th century, somewhat of interest to me from a long time ago. The interesting thing, excuse me, the interesting thing is that it's Edigu, he's called Edigi B in this account. He's the one for whom Abdul Hay inserts a small bit of religious folklore in a story I've never encountered anywhere else. It tells us about the magical supply of horses from the unseen world that help Idigabi take control of the Dashti Kipchak. Something that, well, nice to have that tidbit of knowledge. Now, I don't have time, obviously, to go on much longer. I had comments prepared upon the kind of political geography evident in the work, because the Ahrari genealogy expands in particular political and regional environments, mostly in Mawra Nahr, first under
about 3 minutes.
How much?
Oh, 5. I'll give you 5.
Oh, well, okay. I'm just going to have to mention it and go on. The political geography includes descendants in Mawra Nahr under the Abu Khayrids, and again, that supplemental insertion follows them into the Ashtarkhanid era. They also are prominent in Mughal India. They're also important in, and they have extensive ramifications with the Chagatai lineage ruling in Eastern Turkestan, based in Kashgar. In addition to that, the work contains considerable information on the shrine of Khoja Ahrar, which is kind of a constant reference point. The shrine is described as the residence of various figures in the lineage, but we also find material there on the trusteeship, on the control of the Waqf for the shrine. And finally, well, I guess I should mention this. There's a very heavy Sufi presence in this. What I mean by that is that the Sufi character of many individuals is mentioned. I would emphasize it probably even of all individuals. The most common thing he says about particular descendants is that, well, he's a mullah, he's educated, he's also a dervish. Some figures are obviously more important, however, and it's interesting to note that the more important Sufi figures are not necessarily, they don't overlap completely with the genealogy. What I mean is the author, Abdul Hayy, for instance, traces a Sufi lineage that doesn't coincide with his natural lineage. They all go back to Khoja Ahrar, but he spends, in fact, the most time in his work on the figure of Khoja Abdul Shahid, who doesn't show in this chart, one that I didn't take time to show. He's a descendant of Khoja Ka, and was hailed as Abdul Hayy as the most important spiritual, religious Sufi influence in his life. He insists that all of these figures are Sufis, but for instance, if he got any sort of training or initiation from his own father, he doesn't tell us that. Okay, so with that, I will conclude, and this has been essentially just a kind of report on this work. I was planning to do something else with it, but I didn't know what I would discover in it when I actually got into it. So thanks for including me in this conference, which gave me the impetus to to look at this thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Devin. Wonderful. Yes, wonderful paper. We're now going to transition to Walid Ziad from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and the title of his paper is Vernacularizing the Cosmopolitan, Crafting Naqshbandi Genealogies in Early 19th Century Afghanistan.
Joanne, thank you so much. One moment, I'm sharing my screen. Joanne, that's the title, the older title of the presentation, which was then updated to Writing Imami Sunni Sufism and Female Sainthood in the Afghan Empire. So thank you so much. Umdat al-Maqamat was the most monumental Sufi hagiography produced within the Durrani Afghan Empire. The author, Muhammad Fazlullah, who died in 1823, was himself a Sufi pir, trained by two Sufi luminaries of the age. The first was Khwaja Safiullah Sirhindi of Kabul, who institutionalized the Naqshbandi Mujaddidi order in the empire. And the second was his mother, Bibi Jani Jahan, better known as Bibi Sahiba Kalan or Fatima Isani, the, quote, first and most perfect of the Khalifas of Khwaja Safiullah. Completed in 1817, this milestone hagiography contains within it two explicit types of genealogies. The first is a genealogy of the book, a lineage of classic texts within the Naqshbandi Sufi tradition. The second is a genealogy of the author's Sufi path, a complex web of multiple chains of lineal and sacred authority. A critical look at both, the structure and the sources, how they're mobilized, which segments were expanded, redacted, or reframed, reveals the author's implicit project. First, the book generates a meta-narrative of sacred history that situates Fazlullah's Kabul-based lineage as the inheritors of multiple sacred traditions, beginning with the Prophet Muhammad, encompassing the Caliphate, the Imamates, and four great regional Sufi orders. The book thus concretizes an Imami Sunni Naqshbandi genealogy, and key to this is the figure of Bibi Sahiba, who is herself a Bukhari Sayyid, and this should tie in with several of our earlier presentations. Second, the genealogy becomes a way of situating the city of Kabul, then the capital of the Durranis, really at the tail end of the imperial project, as a trans-generational fountainhead of sanctity. The text as such represents a coming of age of the city's holiness. Finally, the text positions Bibi Sahiba as the ultimate recipient of this spiritual authority. Umdat al-Maqamat thus articulates a new model of female sacred leadership around her figure. A quick note on the author. He's Sunni, born in Kandahar in the most dynamic years of the city's history. This is the moment when the Mughals, the Safavids, and the Astrakhanids are breaking apart, and the Afghan Empire becomes this new regional center of gravity, politically, culturally, and of course, spiritually. The author's paternal ancestor is the great Sheikh Ahmad Sirhindi, called the reviver of the second millennium of Islam. The author's family, at the behest of the Durrani kings, set up dozens of colleges, becoming the most influential scholarly Sufi lineage in the empire, so much so that 250 years later, their descendants led the anti-Soviet resistance movement, which most of us are quite familiar with. The author's peer, Khwaja Safiullah, appointed 28 deputies in every corner of the empire, from the Indus Valley to Balochistan to Badakhshan. And the greatest of these deputies was the author's mother, a remarkable scholar Sufi designated as the Qayyum, the arch saint. She managed at least 2 major khanaqahs, trained thousands of male and female students, led 2 Hajj journeys, met with, in fact, was invited by Amir Haydar to Bukhara, met with leading scholars at the time, and was given a saint's burial under the second dome of Mazar-e-Sharif at the legendary shrine of Imam Ali, the spiritual center of Central Asia. Now, when Fazlullah completed his magnum opus with 106 chapters and 550 pages, it had already been 14 years since his mother's death, 18 years since Khwaja Safiullah's. His lineage was well established in the Afghan territories. Now, this book fits very comfortably within the Arabo-Persian biographical genre we all know so well, which combines theoretical and practical surveys of Sufism with biographies to become these sort of all-in-one tools for Sufis to build identity, situate and learn their tradition and pedagogies. A couple of points to note regarding this genre. These biographies are generally chronological and linear, spanning from an earlier foundational moment to the generation immediately prior to the authors. But all of them are back readings. They construct a chain, or mostly a web, or chains within chains sometimes, of authoritative figures who buttress the authority of the final generation. The final generation, most often at the end of the book, is, of course, the focal point, the great inheritors. Untitled Maqamat is fairly unusual in one aspect. It systematically lays out its sources up front, providing a hagiographic genealogy. 10 sources are spelled out, although many more are used, which can be arranged into 5 clusters. So foundational early Naqshbandi biographies, biographies of Sheikh Ahmad Sirhindi, of Sirhindi's son and grandson, versified Kashmiri genealogies, and a practical Sufi text by the author's peer. Most of these texts to some degree inform the structure of Untitled Maqamat, but Umdat takes a modified approach to the generational, the tabaqat framework of early hagiographers. The saints of the order are grouped into seven generations. They're not shown here, but bear with me. Fazlullah informs us that he is planning a grand synthetic endeavor. The text was meant to, quote, record the lives, the great lives and times and words and manners of the saints from beginning to end, to bring all of the existing books together in one place. However, Shah Fazlullah's work strategically departs from his stated sources in interesting ways, which allows us to appreciate the nature of his tradition-building project. There are many peculiarities, which you will have read in the paper, but I'll focus on 4. First, he writes this fascinating introductory segment, a long one that's simply not taken from his sources. He begins with the cosmological beginning, the creation of the light of Muhammad, and includes biographical and devotional entries on the Prophet, his wives and children, with a special emphasis on Khadija and Fatima. From here, the author does something unusual, including entries on the 4 rightly guided caliphs and the 12 imams, specifying that belief in both the caliphate and the imamate is not exclusive. He writes a deeply devotional entry on Imam Ali, outlining the events of Ghadir Khum, and including his own Masnavi verses composed at the shrine of Mazar-e-Sharif at the end of his mother's life. Then separate entries are given for each imam, utilizing their Shia and Sunni titles and giving their period of imamate. His entry on the 12th imam is most fascinating, where he provides the Shia eschatological narrative with a corrective Sunni eschatology, citing Ibn Arabi and Simnani. In this narrative, the 12th imam, Muhammad Mahdi, is not the Mahdi, as in the final Mahdi, but a great saint, an Abdal at first, and then later the Qutb, and buried in Medina. In the section on early Naqshbandis, he brings in tangential figures who are then incorporated into the lineage. For instance, in his entry on the 12th century Sufi Yusuf Hamadani, he mentions his descent from the Sunni jurist Abu Hanifa. And here he takes an aside and talks about Abu Hanifa's discipleship with the sixth Imam Jafar as-Sadiq. And thus Imam Abu Hanifa is inherited by the author's lineage and is explained as the juncture of outward and inner knowledge and Sunnism and Imamism. The section on Sirhindi is the longest one, drawing attention to his role as the reviver of the millennium and walking us through Sirhindi's own ancestry, which actually becomes the story of Kabul's sacred identity. Indeed, Sirhindi and all of his designators are al-Kabuli. He's in fact Sheikh Ahmad al-Kabuli thumma Sirhindi. Among the ancestors are Ibrahim ibn al-Adham, the mythological king of Balkh turned Sufi, which is very significant. First, the lineage becomes geographically situated on the northern fringes of the Afghan Empire, the very place where the author's mother was buried. Ibrahim's story, like the Buddha, is one of abandonment of wealth and power in the quest for truth, a trope which his descendants are said to embody. Ibrahim was one of the earliest divines, of course, from the region that later comprised Durrani domains. The second is another fascinating figure, Farrukh Shah Kabuli, whose life somewhat mirrors the Buddha Ibrahim narrative. He's a wealthy military governor of Kabul under the Ghaznavids, then renounces his wealth and then travels in the mountains, converting the valley to Islam. Incidentally, Fazlullah's brother rebuilt Farrukh Shah's shrine on his arrival in Kapisa in the Kabul Valley, thus reclaiming his family's connection to Islamizing Kabul. And a third figure is Imam Rafiuddin, a saint who leaves Kabul for North India in the 14th century and supposedly founds the city of Sirhind. This entry thereby establishes Kabul as a spiritual fountainhead of Sirhind. The fourth point I'll make is that the last two generations in the 7 generations of the biography derive from none of the sources. This is the author's original research. The last focal generation, which inherits all of the others, has 2 major entries. The first is his teacher Khwaja Safiullah and then his other teacher Bibi Sahiba. It features many verses composed by the famous Badakhshi ascetic Ghiyasuddin Badakhshi in honor of his pir, and is followed by several dozen devotional verses by Khwaja Safiullah, with the second recipient being Fatima Zahra. Now, like earlier biographies, Shah Fazlullah is synthesizing and forging a tradition around certain pivotal figures who demarcate each generation. But what are the particular contours of the tradition that Fazlullah forged? Explicitly, of course, he creates a meta-narrative starting with the Prophet and his immediate family, the caliphs, the imams, and the great Persianate Sufi orders. But there are 2 implicit focal points that stand out, that separate this text from its genealogy, in fact, from its textual genealogy and its contemporary biographies. The first, Kabul and the Afghan Empire are cast as spiritual fountainheads of the order. Jami had a somewhat similar aim in Nafahat, which centers on Herat, and then his final generation is, of course, many of the great luminaries of the city. But Fazlullah employs a different set of strategies. As mentioned above, key figures like Sirhindi and his paternal lineage are framed as Kabuli. And of course, Khwaja Safiullah and Bibi Sahiba are Kabuli figures, while the 28 deputies of Khwaja Safiullah in section 7 in the 7th generation literally map out the entire empire. Much of it actually, unfortunately, lost by the time the book was written, from Balochistan to Sindh to Balkh. Furthermore, each of the chains of authority represent the confessional map of Kabul. The 4 orders that the lineage inherits are Kabul's chief Sufi traditions, and the emphasis on the imamat may, of course, reflect the order's efforts to accommodate Kabul's specific confessional milieu, which, particularly given Kabul's really influential Shia Qizilbash military and administrative population, and the preponderance of shrines exalting the Prophet's family. Rather than engaging in anti-Shia polemics, his lineage, according to the biography, are legitimate inheritors of the imamat. The second peculiarity is within Umdat al-Maqamat is that Fazlullah makes Bibi Sahiba as the first successor to Khwaja Safiullah, one of the two focal points of the whole narrative, the inheritor of this 1,000-year chain of masters. It's noteworthy that previous biographical classics like Sulemi or Attar or Jami begin discussions of women saints with justifications, specifically meant to counter any detractors who find the notion, of course, difficult to digest. Fazlullah gives no such justifications, and this is possibly because his mother's station was well understood by his contemporaries and his sister's station, and women's Sufi leadership was becoming well established by this time. But he does something very interesting. Instead, he apologizes for not placing her biography earlier on in the book. He explains with regret that, quote, because it is the pattern of the writers of the biographies to place the righteous women at the end of the book, as it is in the Nafahat and other texts, we will not present her biography here, but rather in a later chapter. Here, of course, he's referencing not only Jami, but others who placed women's entries at the end of biographies. But in following tradition, quote unquote, he's actually doing something a lot more. This is a strategy. Placing her at the end means he's including her entry as one of the two defining personalities of the last generation, positioning her as the focal point of the entire narrative. And indeed, her entry is not just a footnote. Within the entry, he places yet another embedded lineal genealogy of her Sayyid ancestry from the Prophet through 11 Imams and onwards. We're told that she was descended from Sayyid Abdullah, the son of Hasan al-Askari, the 11th Imam. And this is a popular Sunni Imami genealogy, which is not found in Shia narratives, which of course generally identify Imam Mahdi as the 11th Imam's only son. Now, after this, the author writes on two famous ancestors of Bibi Sahiba, one who was a friend of Sir Hindi's, and then copies the full text of her 3-page diploma in her entry, giving her the authority as the art saint, the Qayyum of the age. And in this diploma, her teacher assigns all his students, men and women, to her care. As I alluded to earlier, Bibi Sahiba's lineal authority is interspersed throughout the whole narrative. She was a Sayyid, which likely explains why the author places so much emphasis on the prophetic family genealogy and imamat. In fact, this is really the key reason why this is happening. And Bibi Sahiba's lineage encompassed 11 of the 12 imams, which is why entries on each imam, as well as the very polite corrective on the 12th imam, were probably inserted in the introduction. Elsewhere, we find traces in verse which point to Bibi Sahiba. The verses the author composed as part of his entry on Imam Ali, where he references his vilayat and visalat, and offers to sacrifice himself to the dogs at Ali's door, were after all written at Mazar-e-Sharif at the moment of his mother's death. So they were connected both to Imam Ali and implicitly to Bibi Sahiba, who, as far as I can tell, may actually be the first dignitary or luminary to be buried within the shrine. All of the others actually begin later on in fact, after Mahmud Shah Durrani. Also, at the end of Bibi Sahiba's entry, the author inserts a 7-couplet poem in honor of her, recording her date of death, where she's referred to as the second Fatima. And some pages later, we find verses in honor of Bibi Fatima Zahra, which may well point to Bibi Sahiba's inheritance of Fatima's station. This is a reference to a particular moment when she is making the pilgrimage where Fatima actually appears to her. No doubt, Shah Fazlullah managed to forge a canonical text. He achieved his goal, through which the textual genealogy of this lineage continued, with Umdat al-Maqamat as a pivot alongside earlier classics, and there are at least 15 works that come afterwards. And in all of the books that follow, Kabul as well as Kandahar were cast as sacred cities. And Bibi Sahiba factored as a key figure, either a meeting point or a juncture or the fountainhead or one of the fountainheads of the order, paving the way for the great female saints to follow. And this is actually a rather interesting recent genealogical chart published in the Khaybar Agency in a book called Tarikh-e-Awliya. But in the eyes of later generations, Umdat al-Maqamat was not just a source book. It was studied in the Khaniqahs, it was meant to preserve the lineage. So one copy was actually kept at each of the various dozens and dozens of khanaqahs. And it was a talisman. According to a mid-century text, mid-19th century text, the noble book Untitled Maqamat is such a book that if someone takes it with them in travel, they will reach their destination safely. And if someone tries to rob him, he will not be able to. And if it is kept in your house, and if there is a fire in the neighboring house, your house will be safe. And if you are in a river on a boat, that boat will be safe from drowning. So I'll end here. And just to contextualize this, this is going to be the basis for the first chapter of the book, which I'm currently working on the Kabuli Shorbazar Naqshbandi branch, which sort of touches upon Yarkand and Sindh, Balochistan, and then Kabul, Kandahar, and Peshawar. And the focus is on Bibi Sahiba, because they have a sequence of great female saints from within the family and who are also then appointed in various places as far as Rajasthan. And yeah, the title of the book will hopefully be The Arch Saint of the Afghan Empire, Her Teacher and Her Son. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Walid, for a wonderful paper. And now we will move on to hear from Yayoi Kawahara from Chow University. And the title of her paper is Nasab Noma and Tariqa in 19th Century Fergana Valley.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Do you see it? Thank you for introducing.
Yes, it's fine.
Before I start, I would like to thank all organizers for inviting me to this symposium. Today, I would like to talk about a Nasab-Nama document, which indicates an interesting category of the sacred family in the 19th century Central Asia. Studies on the genealogies in Central Asia have been mainly conducted in relation to the rulers who claimed mythical lineages and to the leaders of Tariqa groups who are believed to belong to Sayyis. In addition, historical materials related to characteristic socio-religious groups, such as Khoja in southern Kazakhstan, have also been well studied. On the other hand, little attention has been given to various individual Nasab-Nama documents, whether they be written in Persian or in Turkic. Analyzing the genealogy collected during my fieldwork in the Fergana Valley as a case study, this presentation discusses the meanings of the Nasab-Nama from the viewpoint of certification and social significance. The original owner of this Nasab-Nama, a certain Nabira Khoja, was a Sufi leader based in Kenagas village in the suburbs of Kokand, the capital of the Khanate of Kokand. The document had been preserved with other related documents by descendants. It's currently donated to the annex of the Fergana State Museum in the village in Uzbekistan. The toponym of the village Kenagas derives from the Turkic tribe name, also known as the dominant tribe of Shahrisabz. Indeed, according to oral tradition, this village originally consisted of immigrants from Shahrisabz. The distinguishing point of this document is that both the paternal and maternal genealogies are written. We can find some other examples of Nasab-Nama showing the paternal lineage of the Khans and maternal lineage of Sayyis, typical of which is that of the Khans of Kokand, written in some historical sources. But usually, Nasab-Namas simply show the sacred genealogies, in most cases, the one of Sayyis on the paternal lineage from the Prophet Muhammad, if they were a certificate document. In this presentation, following the generally accepted meaning, the term Sayyid refers to the descendants of Hussein ibn Ali, the purest descendants of the Prophet Muhammad. First of all, the document is written in Persian and it lacks a date of issue, but it was probably issued in 40s or 50s in the 19th century. And it bears 78 seals, as you see in the photo. This document consists of two parts. The first of which is a quotation in Arabic, stating that the prophet and his descendants must be respected. There are citations from the Quran, Kashash, Tafsir of Zamakhshari, and Hadith commentaries. The second part of the document is the genealogy. It states, therefore, this rewarding document and the sincere lineage was written so that the names of Sayyids of the past and the mention of their beautiful attributes will not be interrupted over time, but will remain constant on the page of time, and any evil person will refrain from mocking words. And know that one of the great shaykhs is Hazrat Ishan Nabira Hoja. Here, the first part of the genealogy is the paternal lineage of Nabira Hoja. According to this lineage, he is a descendant of Abbas ibn Abdul Muttalib, uncle of the Prophet Muhammad. Among his ancestors, there seem to be some key persons. The first one is the ancestor of the third generation of Nabira Hoja, Ishan Waliuddin Hoja, who is explained as Qutb al-Aqtab Ghaus al-Ghiyas, which indicates that he was a prominent Sufi sheikh, but we cannot find his name among other historical materials. The next key person is the ancestor of the sixth generation of Nabira Hoja, Hoja Zainuddin, famous for his nickname Farishta Ata, who was buried in Offering Kent, a village in the Samarkand region. The name Farishta Ata also indicates that he was a Sufi sheikh, but we cannot find any further information about him either. The toponym of Offering Kent had been known in the pre-modern period. It had been used as the official name of the town until the beginning of the 20th century. But afterwards, the town was renamed and is now known as Primkent. We have no information if the name Farishta Ata has remained as, for example, a local sacred place, but this geographic location may be linked to the oral tradition, claiming that the toponym of Kenagas comes from Kenagas tribe from Shahrisabz, also near Samarkand. Although the two towns, Offering Kent and Shahrisabz, are some distance from each other, they are probably linked by a legend about migration from the environs of Samarkand. Here again, the lineage. At the end of this lineage are the Abbasid caliphs, the Caliph Mansur, Caliph Mahdi, and Caliph Harun al-Rashid, and so on. What is interesting, however, is that the paternal genealogy does not explicitly claim their being Sayyid. So the statement at the beginning of this part, proclaiming that Nabira Hoja is one of the prominent shaykhs, simply reflects this fact. The second half of the genealogy is the maternal lineage of Nabira Hoja, which goes to the Prophet Muhammad through Hussein, about which is described by red ink. There are also some important features of this lineage worth pointing out. The first one is that the maternal lineage reappears in the genealogy as follows. The mother of Nabira Hoja is the daughter of Ishan Muhammad Amin Hoja, and the mother of Ishan Muhammad Amin Hoja is the daughter of Abdurrahim Hoja. It is interesting that Ishan Muhammad Amin Hoja is also described as the father of Ishan Baghdad, that is Ishan Gardener, which indicates the latter was a well-known person at that time, probably a Sufi sheikh again. However, we couldn't positively identify who he was in reality. Their genealogy can be traced back to Imam Hussein through the successive imams. And it is also interesting that their genealogy also goes through the famous jurist of the 9th century, Hakim al-Tirmizi, who is described as the son of Imam Hadi. Although it is not clear whether such a lineage is generally accepted in Central Asia. Anyway, we can count 7 persons who are called Sayyid in his maternal lineage. In this way, it's obvious that the status of Sayyid described in the first part of the document with citation refers to the maternal lineage of Nabira Hoja. Thus, the content of this document can be briefly summarized as follows. First, the offspring of Prophet Muhammad should be respected. Second, the names of Sayyids should be described and transmitted. Third, Nabira Hoja is one of the great sheikhs. Fourth, Nabira Hoja is the descendant of Abbas ibn Abdul Muttalib on the paternal lineage. Fifth, Nabira Hoja is the descendant of Hussein ibn Ali on the maternal lineage. That is, Nabira Hoja is not clearly stated as a Sayyid himself. Of course, he is claimed to be the descendant of Hussein on the maternal lineage. However, this document does not directly claim that he is a Sayyid, even based on the maternal lineage. So then questions arise, is this document a nasab nama of Sayyid or just a statement of the genealogy of a sheikh? What status did Nabira Hoja claim to have? What do the seals, 78 seals, certify? Then, next here, let us consider who Nabira Hoja was. There is no doubt that he was an influential Sufi sheikh, which is proved by the fact that the mausoleum of Nabira Hoja, located inside the central cemetery of Kenegas village, was originally the Chillakhana and Qarikhana, a place for him to pray and practice. You see in the photographs. When he died, he was buried at his own base in Chillakhana. It is unlikely that such a place would be built inside the cemetery, so it is quite certain that the current cemetery was developed around his tomb. I will show you a detailed map of the cemetery in my later slide. And as for his activities as a Sufi sheikh, it is interesting that his lineage did not relate to Makhdumi Azam, whose descendant used to be the most influential in the Fergana Valley. Then how did his family, immigrants from another region, manage to establish their position when the most prominent sheikhs belonged to the Makhdumzada family, even at the court of the Khanate of Kokand? A clue to answer this question might be found in other documents possessed by this family, such as Irshad Namas and deeds on real estate or succession to property. Among them, I already introduced two documents in my article analyzing the development of Naqshbandiya Mujaddiya in the 19th century Fergana Valley. Within the documents related to Nabira Hoja, there are two Irshad Namas belonging to the Naqshbandiya Mujaddiya that were given to his two sons. However, it was not Nabira Hoja who issued these Irshad Namas. So it's obvious that his sons had practiced under other sheikhs, not their father. They seem to have practiced Zikr Jahr because Irshad Nama states about it, and the fatwa document are issued arguing over Zikr Jahr. But it's not clear whether Nabira Hoja belonged to the Naqshbandiya Mujaddiya and under whom he trained. Here is a detailed map of the cemetery of the village. Particularly noteworthy is the location of their activities, Kenagas village, which was also the base of the dominant Makhdumzada family, who migrated here from Kashgar after the decline of their authority there at the end of the 17th century. From this village, the descendant of this Makhdumzada clan, famous Jahangir Hoja, occupied Kashgar and confronted the forces of Qin China in 1826, but arrested and executed in Beijing. And his son Buzruk Hoja also went to Kashgar with Yaqub Bek. Buzruk Hoja returned to this village and spent the rest of his life there. The mausoleum of Buzruk Hoja is located at the edge of the cemetery, which extends around the mausoleum of Nabira Hoja, where Nabira Hoja and his sons guided the disciples. It suggests a close relationship between the two Sufi families at that period. The nasab nama may have been needed to substantiate their activities and authority in such a fluid society. Well, I would like to point an interesting feature of the tomb. As you see, the half of the tomb is inside Chilahana in the first picture, and another half is outside of it, outside of Chilahana. But they don't know, they also don't know why. As for the question of whether this nasab nama is that of Saiz or not, the previous owner of this document and the descendant of Nabira Hoja, Mr. Mastanov, this person, described his lineage pedigree as follows. He says the descendants of Buzruk Hoja are highly respected as Saiz or Torahs because they are Makhdumzada, the descendants of the Prophet Muhammad. Similarly, since we are the descendants of Abbas, we are called Hojas, and we are also respected, but not as much as Saiz here in the Fergana Valley. You see, he is very modest, as if the document states. I'd like to conclude my presentation. There were indeed several genealogical categories, such as Sayyid in the most orthodox sense, the Torah, which also means Sayyid, but often refers only to the descendants of Mahdum Azam in Kashgar, Hoja, which denotes the offspring of close relatives of Prophet Muhammad, such as Abbas and Muhammad Hanafiya, and Axiax, which is sometimes used more vaguely. Our Nasab-Nama document can be considered to be exactly the genealogy of the person called Hoja. To explain this distinctive category, the document seems to be the format of certification of a Sayyid genealogy, but might not clearly prove it. However, the reason for stating the maternal genealogy is probably to display the most dominant attributes among Hojas. Although Nabila Hoja's mother is listed as a descendant of Hussein in this document, her father is also claimed to be a descendant of Hussein on his mother's side. This multi-layered identity may be characteristic of the region at that time. In my field work in the Fergana Valley, another Nasab-Nama of Sayyid certifying the maternal lineage has been found, so it is necessary to conduct a comparative analysis. And simultaneously, this document also provides hints on the activities of the Sufi sheikhs in the Fergana Valley and suggests they needed that to substantiate their authority through the genealogy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yayoi. It was such a fascinating paper, and I look forward to the discussion. And so I will turn over to Florian Schwartz, who will be covering the discussion of the three papers.
Thank you. And I hope I will be able to keep trace of the time and the program. Before I begin, I would benefit from the privilege of being the discussant in the final panel to express thanks and I think on behalf of all of us to the conveners and organizers of this symposium. Rarely are sojourns in Zoomistan so seamless and pleasant as they have been these days. And apart from the organizational technical side, the conveners have made me, at least me, feel particularly at home in this symposium, which is not always the case in conferences. So I have by no means fully digested the rich material and analysis of the three papers. And instead of going through them one by one, I'll try to address just a handful of aspects out of the rich texture of material and thought our panelists presented. And naturally, they are aspects closest to my own interests and experience. So we have heard three excellent presentations, close readings of texts that are very different, but also really overlapping in many regards. First, I want to turn to the variety of forms, shapes, and textual strategies that are just, I think, important to the material and to the questions we have been discussing in these days. Devin DeWeese and Walid Ziad in particular draw attention to textual strategies, pointing out the potentials, but also the limitations offered by long textual traditions in which these papers, these texts find themselves. So one really remarkable story is that of how the author of the Umdat al-Maqamat explains why he puts the section on Bibi Sahiba at the end of the of his work. And I think Shah Fazlullah makes explicit what myself, at least, all of us maybe like to assume, but rarely find evidence, namely that seemingly conventional structures of text may often mask conscious auctorial choices and may generate new textual strategies. In this case, making Bibi Sahiba not a postscript to, but the actual focal point of the narrative. Textual strategy is explicitly formulated in all these texts. Even one might think one might not expect this in a more document-like shaped text as that of Nabira Khaja's Nasab Nama, but even there, he also very clearly explains why and how this conceives of this text. We are also blissfully reminded that lineage not only is hardly lineal, even if it's often presented this way in the text. And here, of course, Devin Deweese's text is a wonderful example for that. The expression multi-layered has come up twice in Devin Deweese's presentation and in David Kawara's presentation as well. And I think is also fitting for Walid Ziad's text. Lineage also does not, or genealogy does not only look back, but provides options for the future. Walid Ziad analyzes what he aptly calls the post-textual genealogy of Shah Fazlullah's Umdat al-Maqamat, which engenders a rich body of biographical genealogy that continues to the present day. Devin Deweese shows how Abdul Hay's Hakhrari Nasab Nama continued to be supplemented and associated with other texts. And as he says, it's only the tip of the iceberg, probably, because of other manuscripts that might turn up. So this engenders variations in the genealogical documentation narrative and may affect different audiences depending on what manuscript they have access to, not only us today, but also, of course, past audiences who read different manifestations of a text and read quite different things sometimes. Something to be kept in mind. Related to this, perhaps, is the issue of pragmatics, material or textual. This has come up from the first day of the symposium, has been forcefully underscored by Professor Ho in his keynote address. Genealogies and genealogical narratives were and continue to be used. The historical and social dynamics of the way they are used and the purpose they may have served, you forgive me for this functionalist expression, requires perhaps even more attention than it has so far received. The practical side of genealogy rarely gets as manifest, just to quote a very different an example, not that has not been mentioned here, but just for me very striking. There's a document. It's actually transcribed in a collection of Insha, we might call it, a document from the reign of Abdulaziz Khan in Bukhara, second half of the 17th century, where someone makes a request to change his Uzbek lineage back to his Sayyid lineage, and to change his inscription into the appropriate divan, so to relieve him from military service, for example, arguing that he has finally found his long-lost Nasab Nama. So in general, pragmatics of genealogies and genealogical narratives will be more subtle. Umdat al-Maqamat was and may still be considered to have talismanic properties, as we have heard. And apparently it is used as a textbook among Naqshbandis in Afghanistan. The 19th century Nasabnama of Nabira Khaja was still in private possession of his descendants and referred to as a conferring status in the early 21st century. And I'm curious what other uses it may have have. And now this is of course changing also because it is in a local annex of a museum. It's this is also musealization, archivization of these objects, if you like, are part of this story. So come to another point, local and transregional. The particular combination of papers in this final paper is a reminder that genealogy and genealogical history is closely connected to both the local and the translocal, to a defined, stable spatial context, and to movement and mobility. Genealogy requires narrative, which is, as Devin DeWeese has pointed out many times and explained, often provided by, for example, specific shrines or landscapes. Genealogical narratives may travel or travels often from there, but then they may stick again to places and communities on their path. So they're never either or local, or they may be just local. We have these instances, yes, but when they travel, they still have this local side to them as well. At first sight, Yayoi Kawahara's, or actually Nabira Khoja's Nasabnama is so closely tied literally to the land, to a village, to a specific spatial context in 19th century Fergana, that it fully warrants a microhistorical reading. But Professor Kawahara points also to the translocal connections with the Zarafshan and Kashkadaria valleys in the genealogy of Nabira Khoja. The two texts discussed by Devin DeWeese and Walid Ziad travel between Transoxiana, the Hindu Kush area, and India, but both also create strong senses of locality. The Umdad al-Maqamat constitutes Kabul as the focal point of the narrative and spiritual point of origin over generations. The Umdad al-Maqamat, in the Nasabnama of Abdul Hayy that Devin DeWeese presented, Samarkand, or rather the grave of Khoja Ahrar, Ubaid al-Ahrar, remains the gravitational center of Abdul Hayy's Nasabnama, evoked in the story of the return and death of Abdul Hayy's kinsman and mentor Abdul Shahid. I hope I sorted out the people and names in this. It's a terrific material, but hard to get one's head around it. So a remarkable manifestation of the local versus translocal aspects of genealogy might be the different emphasis in the ancestry of two brothers, which Devin DeWeese hypothetically, and I think really convincingly, connects with the differing local or international appeals of different ancestors. Some who might be more appealing to, say, Tashkent audience, and others to a maybe South Asian audience. There are many other points, like community. The paper of Walid Ziad points out the power of the Umdad al-Maqamat to forge social cohesion, but then also to transcend and cross, bridge across dividing communal lines, such as confessional boundaries. So really two complementary aspects of this genealogical work. Two final points here. One is, of course, gender and the presence of and attention to women in all three texts presented by the panelists is so constitutive that one could even have given a panel a different name title reflecting that. That said, Devin DeWeese rightly reminds us that, quote, the genealogical engagement of women is not unusual in itself, unquote. Nevertheless, none of the three texts would function, again, if you forgive me for this term, for this choice of words, without the status conferring power of women. The reference to a diploma for Bibi Sahiba in Walid's paper reminds me, by the way, of a story in Tahir Ishan's the so-called Tarikh Tahir Ishan, hagiographical work written in Khorassan in 1744, which reproduces a late 16th century irshad from Balkh, also from Balkh, for a Samarkandi sheikh. And the list of witnesses includes 7 women who are described as Murshida. Two interrelated questions I think I have here in this context to Yayoi Kawara, but to any panelists, of course, also, and the audience who may have an answer. Have you come across references to legal arguments on the transmission of Sayyidhood through from mother to son? So this is maybe the simpler question. The other one is, it's really puzzling me, and hopefully not only me, the question of categories of pedigree and status in Central Asia, the Tura, the Khoja, the Sayyid, etc. A lot has been written about it. But in the 16th century documents that I presented, it's very clearly stated that, that they are Sayyid through the mother. They are Sayyid, no question about that. In the early 20th century, the same Waqf, Samanid Waqf, was managed by a Khoja. I don't know if he's from the same family. So did happen something, what happened in between? From your paper, Professor Kawara, I understand that the status of Sayyid in Nabira Khoja's Nasabnama is ambivalent. And that it is that his early 21st century descendant did not claim to have the same status as a real Sayyid. So my question is, do you think it is possible to trace this kind of changes through the documents you have seen? And as an aside to this, it strikes me that the genealogy is even embedded in the name of the bearer of the document, Nabira Khoja. Whose Nabira, whose grandson was he? The paternal Abbasi grandfathers, the maternal Husseinid grandfathers, or of both, highlighting in his name the bundling of genealogical options, creating in the master grandson, in the Nabira Khoja, the perfect lineage. Unlike other Central Asian kinship terms, unfortunately, Nabira is not gendered, so we cannot tell. Finally, to what I very probably inappropriately call the politics of Sufi genealogy. The political dimension of genealogy and genealogical narrative is presented in all three papers, but perhaps most pronounced in Devin Deweese's paper. It struck me how present the conflict between Muhammad Shibani Khan and the sons of Khoja Ahrar still was in the late 16th century, long after the descendants of Khoja Ahrar had successfully reinstated themselves in Samarkand. Devin Deweese convincingly argues, presents the aspects of Ahrari Amirid affinity, the association with Chinggizid through intermarriage, but maybe like keeping distance from at least some Abul Khairid branches. But then something that, especially now listening to you again after reading the paper, also the aspect of that perhaps they're the two rival branches of the Ahrari families who seem then to kind of come together again in this text. So one question is, I have many questions on this, but just the one here, just wondering if the mending of relations between these branches of the family may have been one factor also informing the writing of this, or nasab nama. I then have also questions about specific things about lineages, but maybe we can continue that outside the, may not interest everyone. To Walid, I wanted to start with one question about the contemporary use of this text. Even outside, like in a larger, let's say, national ethnic identity perspective. I've reminded again of, apologize for that, of the documents that I presented, where the little part on the paternal lineage of the Samanids is discussed now in Central Asia, and especially in Uzbekistan, mainly in the context of creating like an ethnic genealogy, like making the Samanids Turks, basically. and really referring to this one document. So I was just wondering if anything like that happens also with the Umdat al-Maqamat. And one very specific question I have for Walid as well about the Hassan al-Askari, descent from Hassan al-Askari, who is quite prominent in genealogies there, also in Central Asia, in recent ones at least, also in very recent ones. I'm just wondering if you have any evidence for that, if it was as common before the 18th century, and if maybe you have come across lineages or genealogies for the paternal ancestors of Sahiba, of Bibi Sahiba, that start from another imam, because it somehow I got the impression, but that's really a wide speculation, that Hassan al-Askari may at some point have become a wild card in reconfiguring genealogies, and wonder if that happened, and if it happened, when and how. That's all. There was already made probably too much, and I would like to ask you to invite you to to respond to these questions, and then open the floor to everyone else. I don't know who wants to go first. Maybe Yayoi Kawahara. May I ask you to?
Thank you, Florian, for your suggestive comments. I was very attractive about your comments on the character of the document, about trans-regional or trans-regional character. And as for this point, I would like to add some information on the situation of the society of 19th century Fergana Valley. There were very many immigrants from both of Western and Eastern side. Just I said in my presentation, for example, from Shahrisabz or Samarkand, or on the other side from Kashgar. So such a trans-regional character of nasabnama or trans-regional character of sacred family groups is very because of these immigrants. I think there were many communities, various communities in the Fergana Valley at that time. For example, the name of Kenagas shows itself. I think such genealogy, such a lineage, very reflect such a political, social situation of the people, immigrants from other regions to the Fergana Valley at that time. And the second point, if I don't mistake to hear, about the maternal lineage of the Sayyid. Of course, they know some groups claim maternal Sayyid lineage, and especially the Hans of Kokand claimed it. So, of course, the argument was, there was argument about it, but I think this document is very interesting because the document is very modest, stating about Sayyid, respect for Sayyid, but he doesn't claim it. But after that, he claimed about the maternal lineage of Sayyid, adding he is Nabil Hoja is very modest, but he wants to add more sacred element to his genealogy lineage, I think. And the last one is, I probably could not catch your question about present day situation, or
yeah, that was about the if we can trace any developments of yeah, from of these categories of pedigree, as you call it, Hoja, Sayyid, Tura, and how this might have changed between, let's say, at least the 16th and the actual 21st century, because it is quite confusing, and one reads many very authoritative statements, but they are not they are quite contradictory sometimes. So this, but I think this was maybe rather a note to self that to keep looking for these things, and your paper particularly reminded me of the importance of really contextualizing both chronologically and also spatially these texts, the terminology that is used, everything, and then maybe it's one day we have enough to reconstruct the development of these social categories and the terminology that comes with it. But maybe I just don't know, probably just don't know enough about it myself. But thank you very much for answering my questions. I just continue on my screen. I see written next Walid.
All right, thank you very much. Actually, I just wanted to add something to Yayoi's comment. So in the world that I'm looking at, it's rather interesting because the Sirhindi Mujaddidi family are Faruqi, right? And this is as opposed to the Qadiri and the Sohrawardi and the Chishti, who have more direct Sayyid lineages. So generation to generation, they tend to marry Sayyid. And there are a couple of things that happen. They tend to marry Sayyid, and within the Afghan lineages, they marry Sayyid, and they often marry into several Afghan tribes, the Mohmand being very important. And in essence, what they're doing is they want to maintain their Mujaddidi identity first and foremost. They are not Sayyid and they're not Pakhtun or Pashtun. So the Mujaddidi category actually encompasses within it all of the pedagogies of Sheikh Ahmad Sirhindi, the very idea of the Qayyumiyat and the revival of the second millennium of Islam, and of course, all of the networks that go with it and the power of those networks. Yet the Sayyid lineage actually, I've noticed, helps them kind of evolve their authority or adapt their authority into spaces where Sayyid lineages are particularly powerful. And then a lot of the Sayyid women as Sayyids will then be training a lot of women or bringing women into their circles, and that's a means through which the silsilah actually enters zones like rural Sindh or Balochistan. And the Pashtun status is always an ambiguity. They're not Sayyid, they're not Pashtun, but it's always somewhere there in the background. So that's I just wanted to add that. You ask about this issue of what the text actually does at its time. It's definitely a book of poetry. It's meant to be a very, very well-written piece of Persian and Arabic, are generally the two languages it's written in, literature. So on one hand, the author is expressing his own skills, Ghiyasuddin Badakhshi's skills, who's his basically a very close associate, and then his teacher's skills at writing, especially the Masnavi form. And then what's happening is he actually finishes the book on the way back from a Hajj in a town, in a very small qasbah in Sindh. So already, even at the time it's being written, it's actually meant to be a translocal document. It's meant to already be distributed to keep that particular memory alive. And my guess is probably because this is the moment that the empire is crumbling. There is no ethnic designation, and the Durrani Empire barely shows up. There are footnotes and sort of, on the side, although his teacher's Ma'amalat text, which he quotes as one of his sources, but actually doesn't use, begins with an ode to Temur Shah Durrani. But this text itself, actually, Temur and I think Ahmad barely shows up. Shah Zaman only shows up when his teacher very reluctantly ties his coronation turban, and the king has to walk from Balasar down to the Khanaqah to do it. So ethnicity and politics are not actually there. The Hasan Askari question is fascinating, and I actually want to look at it further. Bibi Sahiba's paternal ancestry goes from Makhdum Jahani and Jahan Gasht. These are the Bukhari Sayyads of Uch. They're very well documented. This is the kind of the core of the Sohrawardi silsilah after it moves down from, actually Baghdad to Multan and then down to Uch. So we have this genealogy already well institutionalized because the Sohrawardis in the 14th century were such a major force in actually writing down the early adab texts. Right? I mean, they were one of the formulators of that whole genre of Sufi literature. So we have that down. But now that you mention it, I actually want to go back to and compare the early Sohrawardi genealogies and see if this is the figure that reappears or if this figure is actually coming up now.
Okay, thank you. And please let me know if you find when you find something that might be really have a wider significance, perhaps. Devin, please.
Yes, there I am. Well, I think I remember a couple of points, a couple of questions that I can say something about. One is you mentioned the relations, overall relations with Shibani Khan. And with then the Abu Hayrid's, his Abu Hayrid successors. And I'm not, keep in mind, I've forgotten what I actually included in the written paper that was submitted because it had already expanded well beyond what I thought I should cut it to. And then it's expanded more since then. I suggested that the fact that Abdul Hayy is connected genealogically with the family of Shibani Khan, that may have led him to mitigate his presentation of the trauma inflicted upon the Ahrari family. Because indeed, that reading the narratives and just even slight comments about various figures mentioned in the genealogy, it's clear how traumatic that was. And the trauma was very quickly spread beyond the lineage of Muhammad Yahya because, again, of this pattern of intermarriages. Everybody had ancestors going in this lineage, had ancestors going back to the martyred side of the family, if you will. So it may just have been that that was a well-known story by that time, well covered in the Rashad and other sources. It wasn't something he had to mention. And one reason I might move in that direction is because Abdul Hayy includes just a horrific story about the death of another enemy of Muhammad Shibani Khan, whose descendants married into the Ahrari family. This is the Shaykh al-Islam Abu Makarim. And I haven't encountered this narrative. Well, I haven't searched that diligently yet, but this is the story of this guy when he fell into Shibani Khan's hands, being placed between two boards, sawn in half, and then burned. So he doesn't pull his punches with that story. The other thing that you mentioned in terms of the two branches, the two sides, again, which turn out to be so much closely intermarried. When I was going through this, I went and came to the issue of the transmission of the Tawliyat. I went to Robert McChesney's discussion of the Ahrar shrine and noticed that he raises the issue, which is natural. Well, were these individuals mentioned as the as being in charge of the shrine properties, which lineage were they from? This work makes it clear. Robert discussed Muhammad Yaqub and Muhammad Yusuf, who were prominent figures in that that supplementary insertion, as I'm calling it, and they are patrilineal descendants of Muhammad Yahya. So that's the line in which the trusteeship was passed down. But Muhammad Yaqub's grandmother, I believe, or maybe Muhammad Yusuf, so I have to check my charts, was a descendant, I think even a granddaughter, or rather a daughter of Abdul Shahid from the lineage of Hoja Khan. So it becomes a question that, well, doesn't mean as much as it might, because they're descendants of everybody. Now, if you stick to the patrilineal line, that's reflected, and this work confirms it. But they're so interconnected, intertwined by this time. So yeah, if that answers or addresses the question, I'll stop there.
Yes, no, thank you. Yeah, it does. There's also, again, I don't want to monopolize this, and so I'm just also might write to you about this. Yeah, and then we do have still time, not very long, but 4 questions from when I say I don't see any hands raised now, but this will, and it's kind of difficult to keep. Yes, oh yeah, Manakia, please.
Thank you. Those were great papers. And I'm sorry, I feel like I don't want to monopolize asking questions. I guess I'm just extra curious. So I have one specific question, but the question I kept coming back to listening to all of these papers is kind of going back to this question of women. Which is in all the papers, and which Florian also brought up, but was also in previous papers. And I guess my question is, so much of what I've read before is really, really equates genealogy and nasab more specifically with men and patrilineal descent, right? And maybe I haven't read the right things, but it seems like that's what largely the scholarship focuses on. And I'm just wondering what does the kind of presence and pervasiveness of women mean for the gender of genealogy? And by that, I mean, not just women, right? Like, is nasab maybe not patrilineal lineage? Right? I mean, that's just a kind of generally kind of question, and it's not necessarily specific. And as a kind of related question that I had, and this is, going back to what Kazuo said, right? The sources that I look at in the context of 18th century India, the men who have Sayyid status from their mothers or even grandmothers are called Mir. Like, they get the title. And they get the title by other sort of bona fide Hosseini patrilineal Sayyids. Other Sayyids are calling them Mir. So it's completely uncontroversial. And I guess what I'm wondering is, are we also starting to see that maybe historically the category of Sayyid was more expansive than more modern accepted parameters? I don't know. These are just a couple of thoughts. And then my other question was just specifically for Walid, and specifically about this question of how there's kind of no ethnic designations and no specific mention of the Duranis in this text. Because of the way the empire is kind of falling apart at this moment, right? But I guess my question then is, so because this is the kind of time of exploding tazkira writing in general, right? So what work does the text memorialization thus do, right?
I mean, would you mind if I begin? Okay, so Mana, actually, with regards to your first question, I actually think in the Sufi context, there's a structural change that's happening. And we're all talking about Naqshbandis here, right? And we're talking about Naqshbandis, we're talking about Sayyids here. And we all know that we've got figures like Agha Buzurg, who are quite prominent earlier on, and Khwaja Baqi Billah, I think his wife or his daughter were actually quite prominent as well. But there's Agha Buzurg is a kind of shadowy mythical figure. There's not very much to her in her biographies. And I think this change really happens with Sirhindi. And I've argued this quite a bit, that Sirhindi, especially in these very famous 2 letters that he writes to women, actually incidentally creates, not incidentally, I think he's doing it in a very, very deliberate way. He basically emphasizes how important it is for women to have access to the Zahiri ulum, and as a prerequisite to Batini. And then from that moment on, you actually see in the world that I'm occupying, and I'd love to know what others have to say. It's also regionally specific, by the way. The Afghan territories tend to be a little bit more, there's more leadership of women in these areas. But, within half a generation, I've just found about 20 letters from the shuyukh to Mughal princesses who are being trained as khulafa, not just as passive recipients of dhikr. And the letters are actually so complicated that I have to go back to this month-long course on the maktubat to actually unwind the discussions on cosmology and philosophy and praxis. And then you're finding figures like this emerging all over, right? Like Bibi Sahiba type figures. So I would actually argue that because there are so many more prominent women who are playing roles as now khulafa within the silsilah, that possibly has something to do with the way that the nasab is imagined. They're no longer peripheral figures, and I would love to hear other people disagree with me or agree with me on that. The other issue is that with regards to no ethnic designation and no imperial designation, I would argue that this is not because the empire is falling apart. This is standard operating procedure, right? That there is an implicit understanding that there's a relationship between what I would argue, let's say in my book coming up, the hidden caliphate and the manifest caliphate. But in the end, the hidden caliphate does not actually pit itself as being dependent on the manifest under all circumstances, even at the time of, even under Ahmad Shah Durrani, and let's say the Pir Omar of Chamkani or these sorts of figures, where Pir Omar gives Ahmad the go-ahead to conquer Hindustan, but he's giving the go-ahead. And in the Chamkani biographies, Ahmad is, a polite passerby. So I would say that the lack of the ethnic and the lack of the political is very deliberate, right? Because they need to be able to adapt to different environments, and they are a trans-regional order that can work in tribal Bonaire. They go all the way to Yarkand, they go to Khokhand, and they're managing khanaqahs in the Indus Valley. And if you tie yourself to one polity or another, or one ethnicity or another, except in areas where ethnicity is very, very important, and there are certain racial dynamics, and I can get into that with you in conversation later on, by and large, you want to make sure that you're transcending all of these categorizations.
Yeah, any other reactions here?
Robert has his hand up.
Yes, yes, Robert McChesney has his hand up. So please, yeah, Robert. Robert, cannot hear you. I think you have your microphone muted. Yes.
I had a question for Walid. Bibi Sahiba to me is a very interesting figure, and the fact that she's buried in Mazar-e Sharif suggests that Mazar-e Sharif also plays an important, perhaps not a central role, but an important role in the Mujaddidi geography. And I wondered if you wanted to comment on the role of Mazar-e Sharif, particularly since it's outside, more or less, outside the Afghan sphere of influence at the time of her death, and where she but the fact that she's buried there and probably was spending the end of her life there, I assume. Maybe you know better. Tells us something about the importance of the place as a teaching center. And just, I'd like you to comment on it if you could.
Absolutely. So I've got two accounts of her pilgrimage, actually, from both of her sons, one in Kohistan and then Fazlullah, who's writing in Sindh at the time, but based in Kandahar. I mean, what you mentioned is a really, really important point. Now, first of all, keep in mind that the Mutawallis, the Ansari family of Mazar Sharif, are already connected to the Mujaddidi silsilah by the late 18th century, right? And in fact, the Fazl Ahmad Peshawari, his biography is written by the son and the brother of actually the last of his contemporary Mutawalli of Mazar Sharif. So they're already well connected within the Khorasani Mujaddidi networks. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in the sacred memory, it's extremely, extremely key, and it keeps coming up in really interesting ways. So let's say both this biography and of course the one written by the Mutawalli's brother in Mazar Sharif all draw attention to Mazar, and then will include certain verses, devotional verses in there as well. And then several interesting stories come up in the oral narrative. So in the descendants of Bibi Sahiba will actually claim that Amir Haydar calls Bibi Sahiba to Bukhara in order to discuss whether Imam Ali is actually buried in Mazar Sharif, and they apparently do, they research the question, and it turns out that that is indeed true. There are other references that he's believed to be buried in Karbala and then in Mazar Sharif, but those of wisdom, those of gnosis are aware that he is, or generally say that he is buried in Mazar Sharif. So I think it's an overall localizing tradition, but you raise a really important question actually, because in the narrative, she's coming back from Bukhara, and she's spending time at the shrines in Bukhara and with at the court. And then she comes back and she happens to be in Mazar Sharif for a short period of time and then falls ill and dies. So, I mean, one wonders, is that was she there longer? She's only been there once, for sure. And is it a coincidence that she happens to be buried there? And then there's a whole ceremony that actually occurs at the shrine. The Mutawallis arrange a ceremony, they bring out a hair of the Prophet and various other things that actually happen. But that does actually raise rather interesting questions about the coincidence. And of course, she's aware that she's about to die within that narrative.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to point you to a comment that I think it was Daniel Beben, yes, made in the chat. You can read it there, pointing to a quite different take on this on this question. At the moment, I don't see any other hands up, and I just ask Joanne, perhaps if you, no, I do. Here's David. Good.
I think everyone should unmute and undo their video so we can kind of end up seeing each other in this final stage of our discussions.
Great idea, yeah, Chris.
Good idea. Well, I was just going to respond to Mana's comment question regarding the strength of the appearance of women in some of these texts. One point I would make is that in this particular set of texts that I'm talking about for the Ahrari lineage, the attention to women is far more extensive and routine, I would even say, in Abdul Hay's work than it is in the later works. So once we get to that second work, they're there to some extent, but far less often. The author seems clearly intent in those later works from the early 18th century in constructing a male descent line for these Mughal officials at that point. And the other point I'd make is that I've worked elsewhere on a series of genealogical texts from various parts of Central Asia from the 18th century, and there are several that are entirely focused on male lines, and you don't hear about women, and there are others that depend upon matrilineal lines to make the key connections. They're often keyed in terms of, tying my genealogy to each of the Rashidun. And those will freely and sometimes exclusively call upon their mother's lines. That's all.
If I'm allowed to call up myself just for a moment to add another comment, I think it also has to do with property and keeping the money in the family or the land or whatever. And there is this studies on that. I myself once published a small thing on the on an endowment deed of the Kubrawi Husseini family in the 16th century, where there are options, but not very often, but there are options of creating the option of inheritance for daughters and for female relatives, which very often are excluded or even specifically excluded, explicitly excluded. But there are certain, I'm not sure if it depends on the context, whatever, I think we need to research this more, where women in the family are explicitly included. This has been discussed also with regard to, for example, Syria and early modern Syria as well. Just as a small remark on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, at the moment I don't see any hands.
So if there are not any more hands, if you don't mind, I think I won't dare to try to do justice to the incredible richness of these papers over these last 3 days. They're just really wonderful. I had written down things that came into my head last night and a little bit early this morning. And of course, I've added notes all over my paper in the margins at this point. But let me just go through a couple of things, and then I really want to kind of throw it back to you. We've challenged, I think, a lot of assumptions. We've shared a lot of methodologies, textual strategies, textual forms, introduced some forgotten histories, and perhaps dismissed or at least questioned the validity even of blood and biology in the study of kinship as expressed in genealogy. We've considered geography and space, the local, the regional, and the transregional, family archives, James's, Angsang, mine, state archives, Everium and James, metonymic and metaphoric articulations of genealogy that Angsang brought up yesterday, the interconnectedness between materiality and orality and textuality, the presence of the talismanic in Omed's and Walid's papers, lineages and the establishment of origin and the practices of commemoration and co-memorating in Mana's paper set in the 18th and the early 19th century, which includes her reconsideration of the language of kinship, the discussion of adab as an organizing principle of descent, looking backward, looking forward, processes of Islamization and conversion in Daniel's paper, kingship as a spectrum in the work of Mana's and Daniel's studies, political genealogical discourse in the imagined past in Daniel and Ahmed's papers, examples of composite cultures and identities in the politicized Eastern Arabian context, organizational models, structural elements, and genealogical imagery in Everium's paper on the Subhat, complex relationships between genealogy, history, law, and the land in the context of Florian's paper and the Samanids as a locus of historical memory. Issues of preservation and reconstruction in genealogical writing and rewriting and even supplementary writing in the case of Devon's work, Daniel's paper, my own, for my own, the impetus for preservation in the Sufi context, which we've just heard, and it's just so many different issues concerning sacred descent, concerning complex genealogical legacies, concerning the multi-layered lineages of Hoja Ahrar, the absence or inclusion of women, the certification of Sayyid status, and the authoritative claims in the Nasab Namaz of the Fergana Valley in Yayoy's paper, containing both the paternal and the maternal lineages of Nabira Hoja, ties to the built shrine environment, narrative focal points in Walid's paper of female saints, with Bibi Sahiba in Kabul, and didn't mention so much Kandahar, but that's in the longer paper in the 18th century, and her lineal authority as Qayyum of the age. So much, you know, big questions such as what is the meaning of Sayyidhood, and how do we define nasab? So rather than continuing along this line, I'd like to really hear what all of you think, what you think as the main issues, the main points, the main things that remain unsolved, the most important takeaways, and the direction in which we might actually take our work from here. So I came up with two broad questions, but I want to hear more from you. And the premise of this gathering is that the culture and construction of genealogical documentation in the Persianate world merits new consideration. And until Dan's comments, today we actually never really didn't address the Persianate. You know, is there something that distinguishes genealogical history in the Persianate world from genealogical history in other parts of the Islamicate world? Is it, in other words, even a valid premise? And if so, what makes it so? And then the second sort of big question I want to kind of throw out there is that many of us have discussed shifts and upsurges in the culture of genealogical documentation and practice, new genres of genealogical telling that develop especially during eras of political and socioeconomic transformation, such as the 18th, 19th century, 16th and the 17th century in the context of the Parsis of Gujarat, 18th century for the Baluch, and so on. Can we speak of a direct relationship between global, regional, and local realignments in the Persianate world and the concomitant expression of genealogical constructions of connectedness? And so I'll leave it there and open it to everyone out there.
May I say something or make an observation? Well, one of the things that I noticed in several panels and several papers is that the sort of significance of these family archives, like the personal documents, and you may know that there's a thing that some Ottoman historians call nowadays the Alevi Renaissance since the early 1990s. Like the Alevi families, both Turkish-speaking or Kermanchki or Kurdish-speaking families, they open up their archives, and then they sort of, there are many documents suddenly available for researchers, both in Turkey and abroad. Now, one of the things that I noticed when I looked at that literature is that those archives, they always, of course, include genealogical trees, but they also have supplementary material. So the genealogical trees need to be supported by state documents, other privileges, especially the issued by, I mean, if you have a Soyurgal from a Timurid prince, that's perfect. Turkmens are also okay, and then Ottomans, it's that's okay, but the older you go, the better. So the Timurids top, and then the Turkmens, second class. the Ottoman documents, that's fine. And the other thing is this certification thing, either from the Ardabil shrine or later from the Najaf, I'm sorry, the Karbala shrine. So it will be interesting to study these genealogical trees as part of a sort of archival system, not just a sort of standalone text, and it's part of a sort of archives. So it's just something that I observed during while I listened to your papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think, yes, Walid's hand is up.
Okay, just going to make a quick comment. I'm wondering, when you're talking about Persian genealogies, who are we pitting ourselves against? Because Ensign Ho's paper is actually Indian Ocean Rim, and we're actually using this as part of our data set, right?
Yes.
And are we talking about North African? And Indonesia is already in there.
Yeah.
Most of us already sort of, flirt with the boundaries of the Persianate world to degrees, far greater than other people do. So that's my first quick point. Who are we actually pitting it against? And I'm wondering whether it's more appropriate to go about this question the other way around. In other words, maybe the sum total of these, let's say, works on genealogies or analysis of genealogies can actually help us understand the contours of the Persianate. I mean, it could be something as simple as, okay, the originary narratives, and who are we tying into, right? I hate to go there because that just seems so simplistic, but there's probably a lot more that we will find as in the editing process of strings that are holding this together, which will actually help us define the Persianate in a certain sense rather than the other way around.
Florian? Yeah, I would like to follow up on Evrim's comment. And of course, that's I think that's really an excellent point, very important point. These documents, of course, have always to be contextualized, and that we have to keep the archive as an institution of governance in mind. What, on the other side, I really liked about your approach here, that, as you presented it also in the description of the symposium, is like really putting this the textualized narrative and localized documents under the magnifying glass.
Yeah,
it's, I think, a very, very useful thing to do. In these documents, the state, of course, is never far away, and these documents engage with the state. They have to. They cannot work without it, but they are not created by institutions primarily concerned with governance. They are manifestations of localized, familial, decentralized, whatever we might write and call it. And I think it's something that one should continue to think more about, and also how these two things play to into one another, and maybe try to step back for one moment from the notion of an archive as connected with governance.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yes, and that was a very conscious point on my part, and Daniel's as well. So yes, the local Daniel, you have your hand up. Oh,
I think Mana actually had her hand up before.
Mana. Yeah, your hand is sort of, because it blends into your background. I didn't see it. So Mana, you want to go next? Oh, you're muted.
I like your question a lot. I think it is important to ask whether the category of Persianate is applicable to something like genealogy. I do think, at least in the kind of way that I've tried to think and grapple with the term, that first of all, if we take, it doesn't have to be hermetically sealed off from other things, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive from broader other Islamicate, whatever, genealogies, or, and it is, it can be understood to be present in other languages too. And one of the things that I've tried to do in my work is think about what the boundaries of this are, right? When you see certain kinds of concepts going into other languages or traditions, how do we think of this? I mean, my own originary concept of adab is not exclusive to Persian, right? But the question becomes, if there is a tradition that is worked out in the context of a particular set of stories and figures and narratives, right? So if you're grappling with Guillaume's, right, is that a Persianate genealogy? And is anyone in North Africa going to be grappling with Guillaume's, right? I mean, that's the kind of question that I think about is, and the narratives that become associated with places and peoples and the stems. And so it's not mutually exclusive from a lot of the things that maybe someone in North Africa would be concerned with or writing about, but it's not fully the same either.
Yeah, thank you. Daniel, I think you're next. And I thought I saw Florian's hand up, but Daniel, why don't you go?
Yeah, I really want to follow on Amana's point. I mean, I think, you know, there are certain cultural references here that that place it within a certain sphere. I also see, you know, looking at the specific case of our documents coming from Badakhshan, there's a certain geographical scope here as well. Mecca, or Arabistan, as it's often referred to, is an origin point, but it's not really a sort of point within the broader geography. People come from there, and then once they come to Badakhshan, they bounce around a lot of different places. You know, we can trace in the genealogies connections with the Sirdarya Valley, with Eastern Turkestan, with India, with Afghanistan, Bukhara. And, you know, it's also interesting the choice to write these things in Persian. You know, I think several of us our papers are talking about communities that actually don't speak Persian as a first language. You know, most of the communities, our documents coming from Badakhshan, they don't speak Persian. They speak Shugni or Wakhi or some Pamiri language. So it's interesting, this choice to use Persian, I think, really signifies something, you know, a choice to engage with a broader sphere. So yeah, I mean, I think the designation makes sense, of course, with the caveat that, you know, the boundaries are fluid. Of course, this is not like a fixed sphere. I just want to share a really quick funny story. You know, when we were kind of advertising this symposium, you know, this poster ended up on Facebook, and there was this certain Iranian documentary filmmaker that some of us might know that had some comments on it. So we had shared this kind of sample documents on our program coming from this Nasabnama of Sayyid Sohrab Wali. And like many of these documents, it begins with a quotation from Surah Al-Imran, which, you know, kind of signifying the importance of certain families within the Islamic tradition. And he was very incensed by this. You know, you're calling this Persianate, but why is your document in Arabic? I was like, well, it just happened to start out with a quotation in Arabic. The rest of the document is in Persian. He's like, well, then you should put the Persian section in the picture rather than. So, but, you know, even like the fact, you know, like a lot of these documents coming from Fergana Valley, these things that Devin has published coming from Turkestan, you know, have the same this same quote from the Quran that is repeated, and for very much the same reason. And, you know, I think even that itself is sort of a signifier of this larger sphere that these are operating within. So
thank you. So we have three hands. I think Dan, then Cosmo, then Devin.
All right, I'll just join the growing the conversation here. First, I also was going to bring up the anecdote that Daniel just brought up, because I also you know, saw that particular exchange. But I remember really wanting to yell at the person in question, saying, you know, the freaking Nasabnameh is, you know, from someone called Sayyid Sohrab. How much more Persian can you get, you know, for someone to be a Sayyid on the one hand and named Sohrab on the other? But I want to follow on from what Mana and Daniel were saying. You know, as the person, you know, in this room who works on Zoroastrians and people who are, you know, literally called Parsis, you know, Persians, I often, you know, myself struggle with the applicability of the term, you know, Persianate to the materials that I use. I mean, on the one hand, of course, you know, someone like Guillaume's is, you know, extraordinarily important, of course, for Zoroastrians, but he's an important figure in a very different way. And I think he is in the kinds of genealogies that you all look at. You know, a Parsi genealogy, you know, it never goes all the way back to the time of Keomaris, but goes back to a priest of the 9th century, Shapur Shahryar, and they just sort of stopped there. Muslims in India use Persian to a much greater and much earlier, to a much greater extent and from a much earlier time period than Parsis do. The documents I look at are, for the purposes of this conference, are all in Gujarati. So I think it's very important, as Daniel was saying, as Mana was saying, to acknowledge that the actors that we're looking at, exist in language ecologies in which Persian is one among many options. They participate within those language ecologies in very particular ways. And so I think it's really important, maybe as we develop our papers, perhaps for publication, that it would be useful for us, each to talk about, what we understand by the term Persian and what is useful in applying this term, and also, what we might understand to exist outside of the Persianate in each of our papers. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Caswell.
Okay. Well, following up what Mana said about Keomaris, I thought that perhaps we only had only one presentation on purely political genealogy this time. That is Abrams. And I think adding, some elements of Chinggizid genealogy in the scope will round up the configuration of the papers. I mean, I'm not suggesting to add anything else, but we didn't have any serious engagement with Chinggizid genealogical tradition in this conference, and I think that's that can be one element which makes Persianate element in the story more evident. I'm sorry, I mean, it's midnight for me. My English is weaker than
no, it's clear. It's clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, Devin.
It was very clear, Kazuo, and I agree that the Chinggisids are they've been few and far between. Let's say this was just a throwaway comment with regard to the Persianate, and I think both Daniels have made the point more eloquently than I will. But it just occurs to me. I mean, Hoja Ahrar from Tashkent, his household is probably bilingual, and he's Turkic speaking, and I'm just the importance of his elder son Hoja Aka, the elder brother. Okay, that's perfectly understandable in a Turkic context, but it confounded the Persianate authors of the celebration of his lineages. They mostly in the manuscripts I'm looking at, they don't understand it. They turn it into Hojagan. Now, if you're reading it that way, it means something very different. And so Persianate can be a trap as well, I guess I'm saying.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Can I just add one thing about that? I mean, I'm not familiar with the earlier Chinggisid lineages, but I mean, the way that it gets remembered later from the 16th century onward in Persian sources, it's really, I mean, after Rashid ad-Din, it becomes it becomes narrated and implotted according to a kind of parallel to pre-Islamic Persian history. After the kind of synthesis of Perso-Islamic history, right? So Oghuz becomes the Jamshid of the Turks. And I mean, there is this kind of way in which what you could roughly call the Persianate in the kind of early modern period offers a kind of narrative emplotment that gives meaning and a form for incorporation of the kind of Turco-Mongol lineages. And so, I mean, I know that there are more Chinggisid lineages than that, right? But the Timurid one, does become transregionally important, and Rashiduddin is the single most important source that the later ones go back and reference, along with the Timurid universal histories that also talk about this. So I mean, I don't think it all has to fit within a kind of Persianate frame, but when I see the narrative structure and the emplotment and the parallels that get made, like that reads to me a very Persianate way. Like it doesn't make sense without knowing the Persianate history.
Yeah. Kazlo, do you have your hand up for another comment?
Yes. On the totally different topic, I'm sorry. I'd like to ask all of you to think more about the Siada from the mother's side, please. My hunch is that there were several centuries in between ours and, let's say, early Islamic period, where the Siada from the mother's side was a very widespread custom, which is now mostly forgotten by scholars and by the people. So nowadays, Sayyidhood is considered to have come down with nasab. But for several centuries, I guess, Sayyidhood, although it was closely related to nasab, it was something, I mean, different, perhaps a part of inheritance, which could come down from mother's side too. So I think we have to dig more into this question because it's a big, I mean, it has a big social impact. I mean, people don't know that Siada could be transmitted through mothers. But one caveat is that that may not be equal to the question of nasab, what nasab is, because nasab and Siadat are two different things, although they are closely connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel, did you have something to say also still? Here.
Oh, no, my hand was still
okay. Okay. So we do plan, to publish the papers in a volume. I know, and I of course think even more now than before we started the conference that I think it's going to be a very important volume too. We don't want to rush the deadlines. I mean, we're still living in the sort of COVID age, and I know all of us are dealing with multiple sort of multitasking in a virtual world. So Daniel and I were discussing it. We thought January seemed like a realistic date, and we'll draw something up, send it out. But does that sound good to everybody? I mean, no date sounds perfect, of course, especially the closer it gets, the worse it seems. But I know, hopefully we can all take the papers that we worked on, and build from there. We don't have we'll be talking about a publisher, the possibility of, but, of course we want to be able to include the photographs of our documents. And so that may play a role in whatever publisher that we look at. IB Taurus might be one, which might be relative. I mean, that might work because I actually have a contract for another book with them, and this might actually kind of fill that contract. I mentioned it to the editor. There are a couple of other possibilities too, but I think we might be able to really accomplish what we want in terms of the kinds of material we want to put in, and the publicity, and they have the series as well. But if any of you have other ideas that you'd like to share, please let Daniel and me know. Daniel, did you want to say anything?
I just wanted to say this has been a really great experience for me personally. I hope for all of you. This. I'm sorry again. I don't have my camera on. It feels a bit impersonal.
We have to imagine your face.
Well, you all know what I look like by now, for better or worse. But you know, I know. I mean, on a more personal note, you know, this has been it's been a very tough year for a lot of us, and dealing with experiences of isolation and whatnot. And so, you know, this has been a very restorative experience, I think, being able to engage in these discussions. And so I'm very grateful for that. I hope we can find different forums for continuing this discussion beyond the book. We are very tentatively thinking about another ASPS conference, perhaps in 2022, perhaps in Yerevan. Unofficially, this is all still in the discussion phase, but you know, at some point there will be other events where we can continue this. And I would like to suggest, you know, when the book is finally put together, let's have a launch party. You know, those of us who are available, let's get together and continue this. Hopefully by then, and the rest of us can join by Zoom.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And I would like to just also acknowledge once again Pete Nowak and Becky Parnion, who really have been fantastic support. This is really, you know, it's just run so smoothly and wonderfully. And of course the sponsors, and that is the Bijan and Sharmin Mossavar-Rahmani Center for Iran and Persian Gulf Studies, the directorship of Behruz Qamari Tabrizi, and the College of New Jersey, and the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. Yeah. So thank you. And thank you all for the work that you put into this, and you know, what really was a very pleasant experience. So I hope to be in touch with you. And maybe we can reconvene. Hopefully we can reconvene and continue these conversations.
And thank you to you, Joanne and Umid, for all your work in starting this project. I mean, this all started with you, so we wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. So thank you very much.
Umid, Joanne, Daniel, this was so well put together. This was absolutely flawless.
Well,
yes,
that's a good thing to know and a
Thank you.
good thing to
Thank
feel.
you.
So yeah, it's been great. I mean, geez, couldn't, yeah. So good luck with everything. I hope, you know, summer is slowly coming here with some more time, hopefully off to get to our work. Yeah, except, let's see. Oh no, every meeting, he's just starting off, but we'll be in touch in any case. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you,
Bye,
James.
everybody.
Thanks, Dan.
Bye,
Everyone.
Lopez. Bye, everybody. Yeah, bye.
Bye.